It's the Black CEO Iconic 2021 Conference. I am so excited. I'm so excited. I am ready. I am so excited. This is the day of the unstoppable day. And I'm excited about that. I'm excited, but I am Donna Izard, and I am your host of the Unstoppable Black Woman. That's me. And we have some unstoppable black women. Williams, my Gore, and Lakeisha, amazing, unstoppable black women will be sharing with you what it means to be an. So get ready to take to be ignited and get ready to journey. That's me. Get ready. Are you ready? Because the DI to receive it all, The 2021 iconic, unstoppable Black Woman Day. I've been waiting for. I have been waiting for this day.
Hello everyone, my name is Pasha Carter and I want to welcome you to my training. I'm so excited because anytime I get a call from Trevor or Shay or anybody from BlackCEO, I make sure that I put my schedule in order and that I am available. Why? Because I believe in them. I believe in their cause and I'm always here to support them. So I'm honored to be here this evening with you, or this afternoon or morning, whenever you're watching this. And just to give you a little bit of information on myself, my name is Pasha Carter. I am the owner and editor-in-chief of VIP Global Magazine. We're a magazine that caters to entrepreneurs, celebrities, as well as influencers and children. So we are a one-stop shop for all the resources for you to be able to market, promote your business. I'm also a writer for Forbes magazine. I've been writing for Forbes for the past 4 years now, which has been an absolute honor and pleasure. And I've had a chance to, network and meet some of the greatest entrepreneurs and leaders in this country. And I'm also more known for those of you who are watching, as a young lady who took a $500 investment many years ago when I was 23 years old and turned it into a pretty successful business. Been blessed to earn over $10 million as an entrepreneur. But most importantly, I've taught many other people how to build 6- and 7-figure businesses directly from home. So now, here's what I want to share with you. I want to give you some real tips. See, I'm here to give you real information. Today, I want to share with you how you can get featured in magazines and how you can get on television and all of these things. I also used to own a TV network too. And I want to show you how you can do that without breaking the bank. See, a lot of times when you start out as an entrepreneur, so whether you're an aspiring entrepreneur or you already are a seasoned entrepreneur, one of the toughest things for most people to do is to crack the code of how to get your name out there, how to get your product out there, how to get people talking about you. And that's one of the most important things that you can do in business. See, a lot of times I found that people will go out and they have to do what I call hunting, where they're chasing people down to buy their product, or they're chasing people down to join their program. What I'm here today to teach you is how you can just do a few things, few important things. They're very important, but a few things that people don't really teach. And I'm going to open up the vault today and give you all the good stuff and all the secrets to be able to now do some things where you can sit back and be more like a fisherman, put the bait out there and allow people then to come to you. So if you're ready to get your phone ringing, your DMs blowing up, people emailing you, and reaching out to you, commenting on your post, and all of those good things for your products, your services, you're in the right place. So just give me a little bit of time and I'm going to share those secrets with you. So now let's talk about how to get featured in magazines without breaking the bank. I want to share my story with you first. When I first started looking at getting featured in magazines, I didn't know what to do. So I did what most people do. I started Googling PR agencies and this, that, and the other. And I found that many of them were honestly, some were great, but a lot of them were just a lot of talk. You know, they talked about what they were going to do and how they were going to get you featured. And then I started researching and, reaching out to some people that had been with these agencies or these individuals. And I found out that a lot of them weren't getting what they wanted. So I took put the ball in my own hand and said, let me just try to figure this out and see what's going on. So I'm going to give you tips on how I've been able and been blessed to have been featured on ABC, NBC, Wall Street Journal, Forbes, you name it, Sheen Magazine, Rolling Out Magazine. And from there, I've gone on to start my own magazine where now I'm the person that's able to feature and highlight individuals. So I'm going to give you everything that I did. So you want to take some notes and you want to make sure you don't miss these bullet points that I'm giving you. Number one is you want to build your credibility. Now, that's very important. And that's one of the things. How do you build your credibility? Whether you're a new entrepreneur or you already are out there, how do you really build that credibility? You've got to get other people talking about you. One of the biggest things that most people don't do, and they miss the boat on this, is so simple. Get testimonies immediately. When someone tries your product, have them do a testimony and just send you two little sentences or a quick audio snippet or a quick video, whatever you want to do, and take those testimonies and just start collecting them. Because trust me when I tell you, you're going to be able to utilize those testimonies for a long time and they will go a long way. So you've got to get people talking to you, talking about you. You've got to get your customers talking about you. And then you've got to get the media talking about you. You got to get your other colleagues that are out there that are in your space talking about you. So how do you do that? The first thing that all of us need to work on is you've got to work on getting what I call your as seen on. If you've ever gone to the internet and you see someone's picture and all of a sudden you see as seen on and you see all of these little logos, you may see Forbes, you may see Wall Street Journal or Yahoo Finance or all the different ones that have that third party documentation. You want to make sure that when you post your photos on social media or your signature in your bio, you want to make sure that you have those and that it's authentic. That's important. So you've got to make sure it's authentic and you've actually been on those places, because I have seen some people who have done it the other way and it did not turn out well for them. But here's the great news for you. That's not difficult to do. I'm going to show you how to do that. And you don't have to worry. Before this training is over, you'll know exactly how to get featured and as seen on and in these different magazines and publications. So one of the other ways to build your credibility is you want to make sure that you start out by you can get featured on blogs. You can reach out to people who have blogs. And then what starts to happen is, like, for instance, you can reach out to me. I have a blog on with our magazine. Sometimes if people aren't writers or contributors for our magazine, we'll feature them in our blogs, but there are many other blogs. So find your space. So let's just say you're in health and wellness or you have a makeup line. Start looking and Googling all of those blogs that are specific to your niche. So if it's makeup, you find all the bloggers in makeup. If it's a flower business, or if you have your own course, you want to make sure that you're reaching out to people that are in your space, your avatars, those people who are looking for you. They're looking for you. They just need to find you. You start reaching out to all of those individuals, because here's the thing that most people don't know. People who are bloggers, they get tired of writing everything all the time. So they're always looking to feature great stories. So if you can come up with that great story for someone to be able to post on their blog and highlight you, then it makes it easier for them, but it also gives you that credibility. So you want to make sure that you start reaching out to those individuals first that have those blogs in your niche. And if you're an entrepreneur, you could definitely reach out to myself and I will definitely help you get featured on my blog and many other blogs. Now, the other thing that you want to do, number 2, is you want to find and write down all of the magazines that are your goals, #goals. So now how do you do that? You start Googling and you say, okay, what magazines do I want to get featured in? whether it's Black Enterprise. I was just featured in Black Enterprise recently. That was one of the magazines that I always wanted to be featured in. I've been featured in many magazines, but here's the thing. I didn't start out that way. I started out with the smaller magazines, some of the smaller magazines. So here's the way you work your way up to the big magazines. Start out with the small magazines and start reaching out to the editors, start reaching out to those individuals. And if they have a, of course, they not if they on their website and their social media, start leaving messages and saying, hey, listen, my name is so and so, I am the owner of this company, and this is what makes us unique, this is what we do. I would love to get information on being featured in your magazine or doing an ad or something like that. And you'd be surprised how people will start reaching back out to you. Guys, some people tell you to go out and pitch people all the time. And I will tell you, I've never really taken that approach. It's antiquated, it's old, and a lot of times it's overlooked. I've learned to build relationships one by one and open up doors based on a few doors that are open. So let me give you an example. When I first started getting featured in magazines, I would call an editor and get in touch and build a relationship. And even if that's the next thing, even if in the beginning you have to pay to play. So what I mean by that, there's some smaller magazines where it may cost you, and most magazines, it's going to cost you a lot of times to get featured, whether it's ad space, editorial, or what's called an advertorial. An advertorial is like a story on you, and these are the best ones. It's a story on you, but that story looks like an interview, but it ends with a link to your product or a link to your course or whatever it is that you're marketing. So it's a great story where someone features you in their magazine, but now you're able to click a button and all of that traffic now goes to your website. Now that is the best money that I've ever spent. And so when I first got started, I would reach out to different magazines, and whether it was a couple thousand here or, whatever there, I would reach out to these different magazines and get featured or get put on the cover or have a feature story inside the magazine. Then I would share that all on my social media. And here's what would happen. I found that that is the best money I've ever spent versus just going out and buying ads or going to some random site and trying to post something and figure out how I can get it. Because here's what happens. All of their traffic now becomes your traffic. So those magazines that have established traffic, then what starts to happen is all of that traffic that you pay for to be in their magazine, to be featured in their magazine. And then like if you have someone like myself where I just launched our magazine and now we're doing a lot of press behind our magazine. So now we have an issue that just came out. We're a quarterly magazine. So it's going to be pressed for 3 months straight that are backlinks to every single person that's featured in that publication. So they're going to have press from all of the major outlets. And it's just a consistent push for press that goes back to every single person that was featured in the magazine. And that could be you, whether with any magazine. So first thing you got to do is start again, look for all the magazines that are in your space. So if you are let's say you're in the makeup business, you want to look for magazines that deal with makeup, skincare, moms love makeup, women focused magazines. You want to look for all of these type of magazines, and then you got to learn how to take what you do and put a twist on it. Because see, here's the thing. If you're into makeup, you're just not a makeup company. You're now an entrepreneur. So then you start looking for magazines that are about entrepreneurship. So you take that story of makeup, and instead of just focusing on selling your product, now you tell them how you started your business. How did you create your makeup line? Who did you use to wholesale, and how did you set up your website? And these become other stories on you. But guess what? It leads back now to people buying your product and finding you. So those are the first. So build your credibility. You got that down. You want to make sure that you have those as seen ons that, again, I'm showing you how to do all of this. You want to get on blogs. You want to make sure that you find magazines, write them down, every magazine you can think of. And here's the thing, guys, don't let fear stop you. Don't be afraid to reach out to people. The worst that can happen is they don't respond, or they say, no, they're not interested. But guess what? What's the best thing that can happen? You can start out small and you can start getting featured in all of these different spaces, and the whole world begins to know who you are. The other thing, number three, is don't be afraid to pay to play. If you Google it, they say the average cost for getting featured in a magazine is from 500 all the way up to 20K, guys. So it's not cheap. It depending upon the size of the magazine, whether it's a local magazine, national magazine, where are they, what is their reach, and all of that kind of stuff. So depending upon who you go to, it can cost anywhere on the low end, a few $100s, on the high end, very costly. So that's why I say, if you start out small, if you don't have that big budget, it's okay. Don't even get caught up in that. You can start out with the blogs that then you paid a few $100s here or a couple $1,000s there to get featured in magazines. To get featured in my magazine for the next issue, it is very inexpensive, simply because my goal for the first few magazines is to highlight those aspiring entrepreneurs and group you guys with the ones who have already made a name for themselves. So imagine being featured in a magazine where your story is next to somebody who was one of the gentlemen on Shark Tank, or maybe one of the celebrities that has their own line of makeup or hair care, those things. So I make sure that I am very intentional with how I lay out our magazine, because I want to make sure that anybody that's featured gets the best press possible. So those are the things. So the next thing you want to do, number 4, is get referrals. Guys, I can't tell you how many times that this has opened up so many doors for me. So if I were featured in a magazine, here's what I'll do is, while getting prepared for the story, we're going back and forth, emailing this, that, and the other. Sometimes we may do a live video where they'll interview me and take my interview via like a Zoom or something like that. But here's what I want you to understand. I want you guys to hear me. I always ask them at the end, hey, do you know of anyone else in this space that may be interested in a feature story on a product like mine or a story like mine? And guess what? Every time they've led me to someone else. Every time another door has opened. So here's what I want you to understand. Don't allow one door to be your last door. We all know each other. Those of us that are writers, those of us that own magazine, those of us that are in this PR space, we all know each other, and we all operate in the same circle, and most of us help each other and share with each other. So again, don't be afraid to get referrals, because once you're featured, just simply say, who else do you know that may be interested in a story like mine? The other thing you want to do, and I have a few more tips for you guys, and some resources for you as well that are going to be really, really good, is you want to find a mentor who has done it. I talked to you guys about, the big PR agencies and PR companies, and they are very costly. And unfortunately, you just kind of get looped in with everybody else. And that's just the reality of what I've experienced. Maybe you've experienced something different. I don't know, but I'm just giving you my story and my truth, and I'm giving you my steps. So you want to find someone who has done it. So what you start to do is you can start looking in different magazines. And if you see people, usually, sometimes it may be easier to get in touch with someone who was featured in the magazine, because I've done this before too. I've reached out to someone who was featured in the magazine and say, hey, I know that you were just featured in XYZ magazine. How did you do that? Or who's the contact person? Do you mind sharing it with me? And you would be amazed how many people are willing to just share with you, who the contact person was. Or even better than that, I've had people do like a 3-way chat and say, hey, this is a young lady who reached out to me. Her name is Pasha Carter. She's interested in getting featured in your magazine. It's like a 3-way chat with us. And then I immediately have that direct contact. But it's because I opened my mouth. I talked, I asked. And when you ask and you ask and you ask, what starts to happen is people start saying, yes, yes, yes. You're going to get some no's, and that's okay. But more than likely, you will get a lot of yeses. Now, I want to give you some important tips that are very important to making sure that if you're selected to be in a magazine, you want people calling you back. Most magazines that I've been featured in, they'll call me back on other issues if they do a special issue, or if they do another issue. And let me tell you why. There's secrets to that too. The worst thing you can do is reach out to a magazine, and then they say yes, and they ask you for certain things and you're not ready. Let me tell you why. Magazines have deadlines. Magazines want to get it right. And in order for you to be that customer that they want to tell their friends about, that they want to highlight. There's some things that you want to make sure you do. Number one, you got to have great photos ready, guys. You got to have great photos that are high resolution. And if you don't know what high resolution means, Google that, talk to a photographer. It's easy. That just means highest quality, because the most important part of a magazine are the pictures. So when you have great pictures, they want to put you on the best pages. They want to see you on the back cover, front cover, or as one of those feature stories. Now, not just a great headshot, but you want to have some good lifestyle photos too. Maybe some photos of you at your desk or outside with your family or in the middle of doing your work or whatever, kind of like, influencers have on Instagram. So you want to make sure that you are photo ready, and you take those photos, and here's what you do. You create a Dropbox folder that's ready to go. And inside that Dropbox folder, you want to have your photos ready. You want to have your bio ready. You want to have a press release ready. Now, listen, if I'm going too fast and above you, I'm going to help you, and I'm going to show you exactly how to get all of this done for literally hardly anything. Okay. Are you guys ready for this? Dropbox costs maybe $10 a month or something like that. And all that is a software or an app where you can upload high resolution photos off of and you'll just send a link to someone, and you'll be able to send that link, and everything is in there. Now, let's talk about your press release. Don't stress out on a press release. And please, if this is not your lane, do not try to write it yourself. There are too many other people out there who do that you can pay them to do that versus you doing it. I'm a writer, so I've been writing my press releases, but let me tell you, and I write press releases for other people. So if you need that service, let me know. But you can also go to upwork.com. That's upwork.com, and put in that you're looking for someone to write a press release. You can get a press release written for you that is a stellar press release. So whether you get it through me or through Upwork or anybody else, just get it done and make sure that it sounds good and it hits all the right and the most important points. Okay. So you want to make sure you have that press release ready. The other thing is, when you're featured in a magazine, and you're especially in the smaller magazines, the most important thing you can do is share those links. The magazine will highlight you and feature you, but let me tell you how to get them always coming back. If when you're featured in their magazine and they start to see that you are sharing it, because they put so much work into their magazines, that if they highlight you and they feel that you're only wanting to use their following, but you're not posting, you're not sharing, you want to make sure that on all your accounts, your Twitter, your Pinterest, your Instagram, excuse me, your Twitter, your Pinterest, your Instagram, your Facebook, and your email list, whatever, you want to make sure that you share and tag them. I always would share the magazine and tag them in it so that they could see. And then in the comment section, guess what would happen? They would reply and say, "Oh my goodness, Pastor, it was such an honor to feature you, da, 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 da." So you want to make sure that you're consistently sharing once you're blessed to be featured in some of these magazines. The other thing you want to make sure that you're doing is you want to make sure that you're building relationships, guys. I can't express this enough. One of the most important things you can ever do is be genuine, be professional, and have a reciprocal type attitude and posture. That means that you're not always looking to take, but you're giving. So I always ask the owners of magazines that I have been featured in, how can I help you? Is there anything that I can do for you? Because I want them to know we're a team, we're in this together. This is a give and take thing. And let me tell you something, because sometimes they run across people who may not be as kind and as giving, they will always remember you. They will always remember you when you're prepared, you're loving, you're kind. It's not all about you. And what starts to happen is they want you more and more and more and more. I can think of magazines where I've been featured 4 and 5 times in the same magazine, but every time it's getting me more and more and more press, more and more and more. My product was just flying off the shelf consistently, people buying from me. I would open up my email and see, oh my God, who are all these people? Where did this come from? And I would find out that some magazine that I was in did a repost of an article that they run a year ago, and all of a sudden it was getting all of this new traffic. So you guys, stop trying to do everything by yourself. Stop thinking that your social media is the only thing that blows you up. I used to think that, my whole focus in the beginning was how many likes I was getting, how big can I build my followers. Then I started to realize that it's not about likes, it's about swipes. It's about how many people are buying your product, how many people are reaching out to you. And when I learned that magical ingredient, my business was on autopilot. It was on autopilot. So now what happens is you'll do one of these magazine articles, and what starts to happen is all of a sudden you start getting all of this new traffic to buy your product, buy your courses, or reach out to you to be on speakers on different platforms and things like that. And it opens up so many doors, guys. So listen, let's see if there's anything else that I forgot. There's another place that you can go to. It's called helpoutareporter.com. If you want to get featured in different things, that's another great source. You want to find out if you, and here's another thing, try to become a guest contributor. If you want to, like magazines, like even myself, I had people who would reach out to me and say, hey, can I write an article in the magazine? I'll vet them and see, oh, wow, this person is into fitness. They have, they write great articles. I would love for them to be a guest contributor in the magazine. So now what starts to happen is, you're known to start out building your brand as a contributor for X magazine or contributor for Y magazine. And here's the thing, don't feel like you have to have experience as a writer, guys. You do not have to have, I didn't graduate with some kind of journalism degree, none of that. I just one day said, you know what, I got a message, let me share it. And sometimes you don't even have to write it yourself. If you want to have someone help you write it, you can do that. But here's the reason why I'm sharing this. There are no excuses anymore, you guys. There's so many ways for you to be highlighted, and stop wasting your time chasing people down. Learn the art of attraction marketing. The best thing you can do is sit at home in your office with your pajamas on and have the world coming to you and looking for you, because you simply put the right message out with the right people. And so, guys, I'm going to close with letting you know, listen, I've been able to, over the past several years, build very successful business. And I was very intentional about the businesses that I built. Every single business that I have is what I call passive income. That simply means I don't want to have to work for, exchange hours for dollars. Everything I do now is digital. So I want to make sure that if I invest in something, it's a digital business. So, everything that we do is like online, and we want to make sure that we teach you guys right now, with everything going on in this world, you got to figure out a way to get people coming to you. And when I say coming to you digitally and virtually, and you don't have to break the bank to do that. So again, if you want to get featured in a magazine, reach out to me at vipglobalmagazine.com, or you can email me directly. Hey, you can email me at editor@vipglobalmagazine.com. Tell me your story, what your product may be. And guess what? I'm the kind of person where I don't want you just featured in my magazine. I want to open up the door for you to be featured in 5 to 10 other magazines of friends of mine who also have magazines. And anybody will tell you, if you've been featured or on anything I've ever done, I'm always going to open up my Rolodex and my connections to individuals, because it is so important that we support each other and that we share with each other, and that most importantly, we celebrate and highlight each other. So you guys, listen, I hope you got a lot out of this training. It's been a pleasure speaking with you. It's always an honor to be associated with such great individuals as the ones that you have that are a part of this conference/summit. So you guys, go be blessed, but most importantly, take action. Don't let this be another training that you just listen to. Don't let this be something where you wrote notes and you're going to slide it under your bed. No, if you're ready to take your business to another level, reach out, do the steps, make it happen, and we are all here for you. So God bless. And you guys enjoy the rest of the conference. My name is Pasha Carter. And again, it's been a pleasure speaking with you this afternoon or morning or evening, whenever you're listening to this. God bless everyone.
welcome. Hello. And I am so excited to be sharing with you all today for the unstoppable Black woman, my good sister Donna Hicks Izzard. We go way back. And so I have the distinct pleasure to share with you today about being unstoppable in real estate. And one thing that I love is real estate. So just a little bit of background about myself. I am Dr. Jennifer Harris out of the North Carolina area and born and raised in the Carolinas and formerly a network engineer. And then I transitioned into real estate over 17 years ago. And one of the things I love about being unstoppable is that I'm going to share with you some tips and actually some pointers about how and why I have been unstoppable in real estate and how you can do the same. So note takers are money makers. So get your pen and paper out. I've got some notes down with myself that I want to share with you. So get your pen and papers out and let's get started. So first of all, you are listening to the Unstoppable Black Woman Day. And being unstoppable is going to require you to have certain traits, okay? So one of the first things is having a winning mindset. Yes, being unstoppable is going to require you to have a winning mindset. Now, this goes actually back to my dad. My father, he was my first coach. He actually threw me into what is called T-ball. I know many of you may not even know what that is, but T-ball is where I was about 4 or 5 years old and he made me play sports. But not only was he my coach, but he taught me how to have a winning mindset. Now, mind you, I was about yay high being 4 or 5 years old. But the one thing he told me was that Jenny, he would get down on my level and he would call me Jenny. I'm not going to tell you what his nickname for me was, but he would call me Jenny. He would say, "You are a winner. You are phenomenal. You can do this." And for you to do what it is that I called you to do and that God called you to do. And even from the age of 3, 4, 5 years old, my dad would put in me and instill in me about having a winning mindset. Now, no matter wherever you are or whatever you decide to do, you too have to have a winning mindset. And a winning mindset is going to cause you to be strong. Not only that, it's going to cause you to be unstoppable, but it's also going to cause you to be courageous. So having that winning mindset, no matter if you're changing careers, if you're starting your business, if you're jumping into real estate like I did. So being that winning mindset that my dad instilled in me, being a young little girl, especially in the South, and as a Black girl in the South, he actually wanted to instill in me to whatever you set your mind to, you can do. But not only that, wherever you are in life, your mind got there first. And that's what a mentor of mine taught me. But the thing that my dad also taught me was that not only was it going to require a winning mindset, but it was also going to require me to set my goals and focus. So a winning mindset is going to also put you sky levels ahead, right? And when you upgrade your mind, you actually you upgrade your life, you start to upgrade, whatever it is that you desire to do. So having that winning mindset is number one with becoming unstoppable. And that's what I took into jumping into real estate. I decided to become unstoppable in real estate by taking that same winning mindset and transitioning from being a network engineer into real estate, and my business just skyrocketed. So another thing about the reason why I am unstoppable in real estate is because I am focused. Focus. So you have to get focused, you have to stay focused, and you have to consistently be focused. Be focused on what that goal is. Be focused on what that dream you have. And so just like a racehorse, when you think about a racehorse, and I think about someone that is focused, you talk about being laser focused. So think about a racehorse as they're going down and they shot out, in that, and they have all of these other horses. They don't look to the left, they don't look to the right, but they stay focused. And focus is following one course until successful, right? Follow one course until successful, because there's so many different distractions that can come your way. There's so many different things that can try and stop you. But when you are unstoppable, you are focused. So maybe you're focused on building your business right now. Maybe you're focused on your career. Maybe you're focusing on getting out of debt. Or maybe you're even focused on, starting a family or raising your family. Or maybe you even focused on getting that degree or going back to school. Whatever that is, that focus is, you too can be unstoppable. But it's going to take a winning mindset, and it's going to take for you to be focused. So write down those goals, write down those dreams. It's like I was focused on transitioning from engineering into real estate. And so I had to focus on passing that test, that broker's test. I had to focus on getting those particular skills, but I also had to focus on myself. And I knew that journey was going to be ahead. So whatever journey that you have, just know that you have to focus. So another thing I want to tell you about being unstoppable is to be determined. Yes, I am determined. I'm an unstoppable Black woman, and I'm also determined in real estate. Now, I was determined, number one, to pass that real estate test, but I was even more so determined to get out of engineering. Now, I love the people that I worked with engineering, but the thing that I did not like was that I did not control my time. I did not control the amount of money I was able to make. And on top of that, when I looked around, I was the only, sometimes female, a lot of times female, but also I was the only Black woman that was even in a lot of those engineering departments. So I was determined to set my own schedule. I was determined to pass that real estate broker's test. And I was even more so determined to make the amount of money and income that I desired to make and that I wanted my family to make. So you being determined is going to also require you to be focused, have that winning mindset, but also be determined. And just like I was determined to help hundreds of families to get the keys to their American dream, I was also determined to say, you know what? We too can have a piece of the American pie. We too can invest in real estate. I too am determined to get out of debt. So maybe you're determined to do that. Maybe you're determined to save for your car. Maybe you're determined to go back and get your education. So I just want to tell you something real quick. My mother, she was an educator and a school teacher. And the thing that I loved about my mom is that I saw her focused, I saw her winning desire and mindset, but I also saw her determined to get her degree before she left this earth. Yes, she got her degree. She graduated because she had to stop, from having kids and getting married and all. But she was determined, even in her 50s, that she was going to be not only unstoppable, but she was determined to get her degree. And so she did just that. So I say that to say, no matter what you're deciding to do, no matter where you are right now, you can start from where you are and you can actually be determined to set those goals and to hit those goals. Another thing about being unstoppable, and the reason why I'm unstoppable in my career in real estate, is that I have the right skills. Yes, I have the right skills. And they say it's the skills that pays the bills. Let me repeat that. It's the skills that pays the bills. So no matter what skill set you get, you will always have that. And that's the two things that my dad taught me, was mindset and skill set. So think about this for a moment. You go, you get an education, or you actually have a trade or a skill. When you actually get that skill, no one can take any of that away from you. So I was not only determined to be focused, but I was determined to have the right skills. I was determined to get the right skills when it came to negotiation on contracts. I was determined to get the right skills when it came to people skills and working with people. I was determined to also, have the right skills in social media and marketing. So all of those skills have caused me to be unstoppable in real estate, but also unstoppable in business for over 20 years. And when you get the right skills, No one can take that from you. So right now, if you were to drop me into another country, another town, somewhere where I've never been, those same skills that I'm telling you today are going to be the skills that I can get right back on top. You can lose it all today, but those skills that you have, that you put in yourself, not only that, but that you invest in yourself, those skills are going to actually require you to be right back on top. So having a winning mindset, being focused, being determined, having the right skills. And there's a few more that I want to give you, which is I am not afraid to invest in myself. Yes, you have to invest in yourself at the level that you expect results. That's one of the things that my mentor taught me. And not only that, you have to invest in yourself, because when you invest in yourself and you invest in your business or you invest in your family, you're taking a chance on you. So there's no better return on investment than investing in you. So investing in yourself is going to require you to make some changes. It's going to require you to invest some time. Everything is not free 99, right? Oxygen may be free, but they even starting to charge for that. So you have to invest in yourself. But not only just invest in yourself, but just know that that's a long-term investment that you make. Don't just invest in yourself today, but continuously every single day, every single year, every single month, every single, minute of the hour, you are investing in yourself. And when you're investing in yourself, you invest in your mindset, you're investing in skill sets. So again, investing in yourself is actually where you will be able to become unstoppable. Now, I know a lot of times we don't like to invest in ourselves, or we may say, you know what, I'll just let my children do this, or I'll just wait. Well, time waits for no one. And I always say, scared money don't make money. So you have to know that the time is now to invest in yourself. Just like right now, you're investing your time and you're investing your resources into this event. You're investing your time into listening to those skills that's going to take your business to the next level. And not only that, you invested in yourself to become unstoppable. So yes, invest in yourself. Don't be afraid to invest in yourself, because you are going to be, you can go to the slot machines all you want to in Vegas, or you can go to the slot machines all you want to and pull the lever down. But when you invest in yourself, that is your own slot machine, right? That is your own slot machine, because you are your best investment. So another thing I'll tell you about becoming unstoppable in real estate and also in business is that I believe in mentors. Like I mentioned before, my dad was my first coach, but I've always had mentors. I've always had mentors in my life. I've always had those that were willing to pour into me because I invested in myself, but I also learned to know that I believe in mentors. You cannot go things alone. You do not know everything when it comes to business. But another thing about believing in mentors is that think about the greats, like, Michael Jordan and Serena Williams, LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, Tiger Woods. All of them had mentors and coaches, and they invested a lot. But now look at where their careers are. They're on top of their game. They're totally killing it and winning it in their level, in their field. So just like they are doing, you have to make sure that you believe and you find the right mentor. Not only just any mentor, but the right mentor that is willing to pour into you, but they're going to pour into you those other skills and those other the mindset that you need to become on top of your game and to become unstoppable. So don't be afraid to believe into mentors. Don't be afraid to invest in yourself and to get a coach. But before you do that, you have to make sure that you are coachable, right? So another thing I wrote down for you is that I am coachable. Like I mentioned before, ever since the age of 4 and 5 years old, you have to be coachable. And it's going to require you to maybe put aside a little ego, edging God out. And it may also require you to just shelf what it is that you think you know and invest and know that you become coachable. Now, becoming coachable doesn't mean that you don't know anything. Becoming coachable doesn't mean that, you're going to just learn it all overnight. But becoming coachable is a way that you're training your mindset, like the greats I mentioned before. They're training themselves, but they also became coachable. And when you become coachable, you open your mind up to the possibility and the ideas of you becoming unstoppable. You start to tend to grow your mindset. And when you're coachable, you also will be growing your bank account. When you're coachable, you will also be growing everything that you have in your life. So you are coachable. And another thing about I want to say about being coachable is that coaches are supposed to help you get to those next levels, right? And when those coaches do that, they actually will require you to be unstoppable, not only when it comes to your real estate, but also when it comes to your mindset. So not only are you going to have a winning mindset, but you're going to be focused. You're going to be coachable. You're going to be unstoppable. And the last things I want to tell you is undeniable in your greatness. So no one can take your greatness from you when you have these skills. So I'm just going to recap, okay? So this has been an amazing time, and I'm just going to recap with you that when you are unstoppable, no matter if it's in real estate, and the reason why I have been unstoppable in my career, even as a Black woman, is that I have had a winning mindset. I am focused. I am determined. I have the right skills. I invest in myself. I believe in mentors. I am coachable and I am unstoppable. So I want to tell you today, make sure that you take these notes, write down affirmations and declarations that will cause you to be unstoppable. So again, no matter wherever you are in life, your mind got there first. So become unstoppable in your career, become unstoppable in your mindset, become unstoppable in your skill set, and become unstoppable in your business. And not only that, become unstoppable in your faith and become unstoppable in your life. So I am Dr. Jennifer Harris. I thank you so much for listening to me. I'm the founder of Purses, Pumps, and Power and the author of the Black Woman's Declaration of Independence. So wherever you are in life, your mind got there first. But remember, scared money don't make money, and closed mouths don't get fed. So when you are unstoppable, you are undeniably being you, but you also are unstoppable in your greatness. So I look forward to touching bases with any of you. My email is jennifer@pursespumpsandpower.com. That's jennifer@pursespumpsandpower.com. So again, I want to thank my sis Donna for allowing me to speak on her platform. We go way back, and make sure you get you some unstoppable sisters that's going to push you to the next level. So until next time, take care and God bless.
Hello, this is Marcella D. Moore, also known as Cella D, and I am so excited to be here with my sister for the Unstoppable Black Woman's Day on this amazing platform. Donna, you are amazing, and you are such a good steward over the gift that God has given you, and I am so happy to be partnering with you on this journey and able to do life with you. I'm excited about what God is doing on this platform for today, but not only this, but I'm excited about everything that God is doing and will continue to do in your life. You have a heart for people, you are genuine, you are authentic, and I thank God that we are sisters. So I'm privileged and I'm honored to just share this time on this platform today, hoping and praying that the words that I share will empower someone, will cause someone to consider and think about their journey and understand the power that dwells on the inside of them. I remember maybe about 20 something years ago. While I was married, my children were small, my daughter 10, my son 6. And I remember being in my marriage and knowing that something was going on, not being able to put my finger on it, but just realizing that my husband, my ex-husband, and I were going in different directions. And we worked together in ministry. We did ministry. We taught a lot at churches. We traveled throughout the country. We walked with some great people during our time together, learning about God, experiencing God in a great way. But when my marriage began to break down, and back then we really didn't talk about a lot of different things. We did not voice how we were feeling. And I was always taught that my job as a woman was to cover and protect my husband. So on the inside, I was dying on the inside, and I really did not share with a lot of people the pain that I was experiencing because of what was happening. And I remember many a times through while we were breaking down, we were still going and traveling and speaking and just being in the atmosphere with so many great people. And I was hurting on the inside. My heart was crying out. Tears were flooding down my soul. My heart was hurting. And days it felt like I was just being stabbed in the heart, and no one saw me. I would go and I would smile and I would be kind and I would help those who were hurting and I would speak life to them. But then when I would go sit in my chair or I would be at home all alone after I put my children to bed, I just kept asking God, why? Why is no one seeing me? Why can't anyone walk up to me and speak life to me like I speak to everyone else? Why no one sees my pain? What is going on? And I remember day after day just feeling overwhelmed and feeling sad on the inside and on the outside smiling. And in addition to my marriage at that time, I worked for a Japanese steamship line. I was an account executive, so I went to see customers all the time, taking customers out to dinner for entertainment, spending a lot of time with them, talking about their families, smiling on the outside but yet dying on the inside. And every single time I came back into my community, I came back into my culture and the people that I was around, I still had this cry on the inside, as if I was a little girl sitting in the classroom, raising my hand saying, see me, or I have a question and I need an answer. And I just did that for so long. And I cried and I just went through. And I realize now, as I look back, that a lot of the pain that I experienced during that time was simply because I was looking for someone to rescue me. I was looking for someone to come and make it all better. I was looking for someone to come and just do whatever they could do to just take the pain away. Until one day, I never forget, I was in my bathroom at my house. My bathroom, I had this huge bathroom that I loved dearly. And it was huge. Two sinks in the bathroom, huge bathtub, a separate shower. My bathroom was beautiful. I was living in Texas. And I was sitting there and I remember in the bathroom, I had these peach pillows that I bought from Pier 1. And those pillows, I loved them. They were soft and I would hold them tight. And over the years, those pillows became my saving grace. And I remember going in the bathroom and sitting next to my pillows and holding them. And that time I was angry. I would hit against the pillow. I would shake the pillow. I would cry. I would say, God, what is going on? Why is this like this? I did what I was supposed to do. I was loving you. You know, I married the man who I was supposed to be with in my mind forever. He loved you. We loved you. And this marriage is breaking down and it's not getting any better. There is no light at the end of the tunnel. And I was dying on the inside, laying my head on the pillow at night and tears coming down my face and just being hurt and broken. And I sat in that bathroom, and the song that I played over and over and over again was Yolanda Adams' Open My Heart, alone in the room, just me and you. Oh, yes, I feel that thing now as I'm talking about this story. And I sat in the bathroom one day, and I had those pillows and I leaned on those pillows, kept my secrets. Those pillows knew the things that were on my heart. Those pillows experienced my tears. Those pillows experienced the punches that I would throw into them because they were my only hope at that time. I could not let other people see and know voluntarily that I was dying on the inside, and I needed them to see me and come and give me words and to rescue me. But that didn't happen. I sat in the bathroom and during my time, put the kids in the bed, crying all night long. And I heard God clear to me, say clearly, Sella, I need you to be a part of your own rescue. I need you to get up and I need you to get yourself together, because sitting and waiting for someone to come and rescue right now, it's just not going to happen. You have the power on the inside of you. You have the ability on the inside of you to gather yourself together. I know that this is painful. I know that it hurts you. I know you don't understand it, but I can't let you sit here and die. This is the conversation God is having with me, y'all. And from that moment in there, I got on my face and I cried. And I said, God, if you give me the strength, I will become a part of my own rescue. If you give me the strength, I choose to be a part of my rescue. And from that day, I realized that single, married, whatever, friends, no friends, community, no community, that I had to understand that God has given me an ability to become a part of my own rescue. Now, being a part of my own rescue does not mean that I don't need God and I can do everything on my own. Being a part of my rescue does not mean that I don't need the sisterhood and that I don't need to be connected with women and men in my life who empower me. It doesn't mean that I can do this thing on my own. But what it means that when I go through things and I experience things in this world and in this earth, I cannot sit and literally wait for someone to come and make it right for me, because God has given me the ability to do it myself. And so many times, especially women, and today I am talking to women because we're talking to unstoppable Black women. And I want you to understand this. Many of you feel stuck. Many of you feel like you are lost and you don't know which way is up. You don't see any light at the end of the tunnel. You feeling all alone because you are simply waiting for someone to come and rescue you. And I'm telling you this, those of us who are faith-based believers, Jesus died one time and he died already alone, and he rescued us from death and sin at that time. And he has given us this ability to walk out the gift that we are in this earth. So he's not coming back to rescue us in that way again. He has given us the tools and the strategies that we need in this earth to be a part of our own rescue. And being a part of your own rescue means that you are not going to sit and wait for anyone to come and validate you. You are not going to sit to wait for somebody to come and affirm you. You are not going to sit and wait for somebody to make it all right. You are going to get up from where you are, and you're going to embrace the gift of who you are, and you're going to become a part of your own rescue. I remember as a young girl, and I'm telling my age, and I'll tell it, I'm 57. And I remember this cartoon, and it was called Underdog. And Polly Purebred was the young other little dog that when she got in trouble, she would stand on the corner and she was saying, where, oh, where is my underdog? Where, oh, where can he be? And Underdog would show up and he would rescue her. Just like with Popeye and Olive Oil. When Olive Oil found herself in the trouble, Popeye took that can of spinach and he'd eat that spinach up and he'd come and rescue her. But baby, I need to tell you today, Underdog don't even remember that he used to be a superhero. Popeye, long gone, retired. Matter of fact, I made a call at one time and I called the super friends. I called Batman, Wonder Woman, Superman, made a phone call to all of them because I wanted to see, I wanted to make sure that I was on point when I was saying that nobody come to rescue you but you. And I asked them if they were available to come and rescue you or rescue me whenever something happened in our lives. They're not available. Wonder Woman is doing movies. She's traveling all over the world. Superman is in another country. Batman said he is retired. Again, Underdog don't even remember that he used to be a superhero. So you have the ability to become your own superhero because God created you to do so. He created you to be. The scripture tells us, those of us who are faith-based believers, that he has given us everything that pertains unto life and godliness. We have what we need in order to be effective in this earth. So whether you are single, married, divorced, children, no children, whatever your status may be, you do not have to remain stuck in wherever you are, whether it's a job, you're uncertain about what God has called you to do, you're uncertain about what he has called you to be, and you feel like, you know what, if somebody would just come, if somebody would just show up and rescue me, if somebody would just show up, then I will be all right. But guess what? If you would just show up, if you would just show up for yourself, you will find that things will begin to turn and work out in a way that you couldn't even imagine. You see, one thing that I believe that obedience is magnetic. Obedience makes us magnetic. And if you know anything about a magnet, when it's around other things that can be attached to it, when that magnet comes, everything just starts gravitating towards that magnet. And when we get up and when we get in movement and we begin to walk the way that God desires us to walk, and sometimes you won't know if you should go to the right. You won't know if you should go to the left. You won't know if you should stand up or sit down or roll over or cross. But the fact that you're moving, the fact that you're in movement, God will allow the things that you need in your life to come towards you. That's the beginning process of becoming an unstoppable Black woman. You see, because when I made a decision that my husband said to me, my ex-husband said, I don't want to be married anymore. And I spent so much time trying to change his mind and make him say, look, feel a different way. The moment I sat that day when I sat in that bathroom and God spoke to me and told me to be a part of my own rescue, baby, it was on. I loaded up a 17-foot trailer, loaded up my house. I was living a life in Texas, but realized that in order to get my peace, I needed to be a part of my own rescue and come back to where my family was. Loaded up that truck, got my 10-year-old daughter and my 6-year-old son, and we left the state. And I haven't looked back since. And because I became a part of my own rescue, I positioned myself to be at a space and place where I got my peace back. When I became a part of my own rescue, then I began to do the things that were necessary in order for me to get the peace and the joy that I needed at that time. So, baby, you have to be a part of your own rescue. You have to know that you can. And I know things feel so overwhelming at times when it looks like there is no way out. But let me tell you about the God that we serve. He is amazing. He is awesome. He is a very present help in the time of need. And if we allow him to, he will speak to you just like he spoke to me. He will show up for you just like he showed up for me. And he gave me the courage. He gave me the strength to be able to stand up as the woman that he has called me to be. And during that time, I didn't know what it was going to look like. I was married for almost 20 years. I didn't know how to be any other way. I was 21 years old when I got married. All I knew was my ex-husband and my children. I didn't know how to live outside of that. And when he walked away, I felt like I was naked on a desert island with a son in the door, a daughter on my right and the son on my left. But I figured it out. And I was able to figure it out simply because I became a part of my own rescue. And I want to encourage you all today listening to me, whether you're listening to this live or joining us live or watching a replay. I want you to say to yourself today that today I choose to be a part of my own rescue. What does that look like? It looks like you're just not going to sit there and die, that you are going to let go of what was, accept what is, and bounce back to live a purpose driven life, to bounce back to live the life that God has ordained for you. When you make a decision to become a part of your rescue, you no longer hold on to the thing that is no longer serving you. You say, you know what? This thing served me and it served me while it was able to. It served me. And at that time it was good. But right now it can no longer serve me. And that's why I don't get upset about rejection. Because for me, rejection is when a person rejects me, simply they're saying to me, Marcella, I don't have the ability to serve you anymore. And then some people say rejection is protection. So if we begin to look at it like that, we will stop where we are, let go of what was, accept what is, accept the now, accept where you are right now. And then when you do that, you position yourself to bounce back, to be able to live an abundant life, a life that is filled with joy, a life that will lead you towards the purpose that God has for you. So that's why today I can say that I am an unstoppable Black woman. I can say that I am an unstoppable motivator. I'm an unstoppable life giver because I realize that the moment I become a part of my own rescue, all of the heavens opened up and everything that I need is drawn to me. And then when I become a part of my own rescue, I begin to embrace my own journey, not desiring the journey of someone else, but saying, God, thank you for my journey. And then I can live on purpose, walking out the purpose that God has designed for me. And then lastly, I love myself to life. Loving me, not expecting someone else to. And then when you position yourself, you rescue, you becoming a part of your own rescue, and you love yourself, then that man that God has ordained to walk with you, that partner that God has called to walk with you, they will be drawn to you, and you won't look for them to rescue you because you have already rescued yourself. So I am so grateful today that I can sit here with courage, in power, with wisdom, with understanding, with the might of God, knowing that I am where I am today simply because God loves me and because I chose to become a part of my own rescue. And it feels so good. When you become a part of your own rescue, listen. And some people might say, well, how can you say that you're a part of your own rescue? Then you're leaving God out. No, when I become a part of my own rescue, that's me honoring the gift that I am in this earth. When I love myself and I practice self-love, that's me saying, God, thank you for the gift that I am in this earth. So God gives us an ability. He gives us the tools. He gives us the strategy so that we can stand and be a part of our own rescue and live the unstoppable Black woman life that He has called us to walk in. And I am so grateful today that I made a decision to be a part of my own rescue. And because of that, I can say today that I am Marcella D. Moore, also known as Cella D. I am an unstoppable Black woman. That's me. Be blessed. I love you all. And Donna, thank you, sis, so much again. Have an amazing day.
Hello, I am Lashana N. Williams, the Success Navigator, VP of Finance, CEO of Impact Business Institute, and founder of Busy Black Girls. I am also an author and an international speaker. And more importantly, I am an unstoppable Black woman. I was born and raised in New York City. I got my undergraduate degree in accounting, then went on to get my master's in computer information systems. I passed the CPA exam, got all of those accolades and letters behind my name. And then one day I decided to move to Atlanta, Georgia, right? To get a better quality of life, to get new opportunities, to just do better, right? And at one point, I couldn't land a job. All of those degrees, all of those accolades, letters behind my name, and I couldn't land a job. And that sent me down like this path, like, oh my gosh, what did I do? Why did I move? And I was second guessing my decision. And then I landed a temp position, just permanent, just for a couple of weeks. I landed it in a media company. And I was determined that I was going to then become full-time, right? I was on a path that I was like, I am going to be full-time come hell or high water. And that's exactly what I did. That is exactly what I did. And today I can come to you and say, I went from temp to VP. Yes, I went from a temporary employee in that company to now a VP of finance. And that makes me unstoppable in my career. Unstoppable. But it wasn't because of my degrees or MBA behind my name, or I could say, oh, I took CPA exam. It wasn't because of any of that. It wasn't because of any of that. How many of you know that you can have all the degrees in the world, that will not land you a job, nor will it climb you up that corporate ladder? There are some things that you need to know that will make you unstoppable in your career. And these things have held true to me as I climbed each step of that ladder and went from temp to then senior, to then manager, then director, now VP. And each one of these steps has guided me along that way. And I want to share those with you because, again, we need to be unstoppable not only in life, but in our careers, in our business, where we're making our money. And these things have landed me that opportunity, have afforded me the opportunity to move from one stage in my career to the next. And so the first thing that helped me to be unstoppable in my career was knowing how and where to add value. It wasn't enough that I had this degree in accounting. Great, accountants come a dime a dozen. But what made me unstoppable is that I understood that there was an importance of knowing what was valuable to the company and placing myself in there. And then knowing where I can fit in and adding value to what the company held as a goal or held as a priority, right? It wasn't enough that I was just an accountant. So when I went into the organization, they wanted more people or more accountants who not only knew the numbers, but also knew systems, was also good with computers, was also good at thinking outside the box and doing things in a creative manner. And that's where I added value. That's where I said, you know what, that's going to be my niche. And that's what I did. And that has propelled me because I'm not just, another accountant or another financial expert. I am that person that now has that critical thinking, has that computer experience, has that project management experience, that I can say that I am different from the average and normal accountant or finance professional. So I carved out a niche in my career to where now I am looked at as that person that adds that value, that adds that particular skill set. And that makes me unstoppable. The next thing that has made me unstoppable in my career was being authentic. And when I say authentic, I mean being my true, authentic self. Creating that essence that is me and bringing that to the job. And I know some people are like, well, I can't be my authentic self. I am not saying that you have to be your full, like all of you, right? If you curse, that's great. You may not want to curse in the workplace. And if you are that person that is, you move your head a lot and you very voiceful, that's great. But what I'm saying is the essence of you. And so in accountant and finance, right, when you think of an accountant and finance person, you are thinking somebody who's straight-laced and somebody who's like pocket protector and all kind of strict and stringent and very dull, let's say. And that wasn't me. And I wanted to come and bring my full, vibrant self. All of this energy that you see is what I bring to the workplace, right? I also bring my commitment to professional development. I also bring my expertise in coaching. I bring all of that to the workplace. And now I am sought after as that person who is the presenter, who is not only the presenter, who is not only the accounting and finance professional, but who is also the voice of reason, who is also going to be that person that stands up and stands out, right? Stands up and stands out. And that's because I decided, it's a choice, to bring my full self to the workplace. So I am authentic every day, all day in the workplace. What you see is what you get. And I understood that that was important because not only was that helpful for me to bring my full self, but that also allowed other people to see what I brought to the table, to see me not as just an accountant and finance professional, but also see LaShawna as a multifaceted professional. Unstoppable, right? The third thing that has made me unstoppable in my career is being an avid learner. An avid learner. I just didn't say, okay, now I went to school, I got these degrees, and that's it. No, I am always learning and growing and always figuring out what is needed for the business, for the industry, for whatever position, whatever the next position is. What do I need to learn to get me there? Do I need another certificate? Do I need another, a course? What do I need to learn to get me to that next level? And even if it's not for the immediate future or the immediate role, I'm always that avid learner, asking questions so that I can be that resource to not only my boss, but to my company, right? Because that makes you unstoppable, right? Somebody who is just stagnant and stays content, that person is leveled out. That does not make you unstoppable. That makes you stoppable because now, you're leveled out. You learned all that you wanted to learn, and that is it. And so you remain in that position, you remain in that state, and you don't move forward. You don't propel in your career. What I'm talking about is being unstoppable and propelling in your career, moving up that corporate ladder when they say that you cannot. And so what I'm talking about is you being an avid learner so that you can be that valuable person, so that you could be that resource to the company so they can see, okay, we need to keep this person. This person is somebody that we need to look out for because she's going to be the next CEO. She's going to be the next VP. She's going to be the next SVP. Whatever it is, whatever your goal is in your career, they're going to see you as that when you stay and remain an avid learner. So you have to do that, right? You have to do that. And what the other thing, oh my gosh, this was super important. And it took me a minute to understand that because so many times we learn about, oh, I need a mentor and I need somebody to mentor me. And mentors are great and they are needed. You need a mentor. You need several mentors, right? They teach you and guide you on certain things in your career. Different things actually in your career. So you may need maybe a mentor. You may need a female mentor. You may need just different mentors that are not in your industry or not do the same thing that you do so that you can learn about different areas and also get different skill sets. But what I learned was the value and the importance of an advocate. An advocate. Somebody who is going to speak for me when I am not there. Ooh, yes. Let's talk about that. Because what I am talking about is that person that when they're talking about, oh, let's promote X, Y, and Z, let's promote LaShawna to a VP. Somebody's at that table, because let's be real, it is not us that is at that table in most times. And so you need an advocate, somebody who's going to speak up for you on your behalf and say, hey, I know LaShawna. She does great work. She is ready for the next level. She is our top talent, and we need to promote her. We need to, keep her in our pool. We need to keep her in this organization. And those conversations are had. Let's real talk. Those conversations are had, and they're had often. And succession planning, talent conversations, they're had, if not once a month, once a quarter, or annually. And you need to have somebody at that table who can speak up for you. Because if not, the conversation is like, oh, let's promote John, or let's promote Sarah, let's promote Lisa. And they're like, oh, I don't know who that person is. Next, who else you got? That's what that conversation looks like when you don't have an advocate at the table. So each time my name was brought up, somebody was like, yeah, I worked with her. She's great. Or I worked with her. Yes, she's doing X, Y, and Z. We worked on this project here. Or she helped me with this. And I know her work ethic. And I know she's going to be that top talent or that star in our company. Somebody has to be at that table. So let's stop thinking, oh, because I did my job, that's going to propel me, that's going to get me to the next level. You doing your job gets you a paycheck. You doing your job gets you a paycheck. It doesn't get you a promotion. It doesn't propel you. It doesn't help with your brand. It gets you a paycheck. What I'm talking about is being unstoppable in your career, being that force, that powerhouse, that dynamic person that can go from temp to VP. That's what I'm talking about. Unstoppable. And so it was more than just being that person that did my job. I did above and beyond my job all the time. I was always planning for that next, always doing what was needed for that next level. And not because I'm like, oh, ooh, look at me. It was because I realized and understood these things that I'm just talking to you about today. Those 4 things that I just spoke to you about, those are the things that help you in propelling your career. Those are the things that help you become unstoppable. Takes you from being stoppable and dispensable to being unstoppable. And that's what we want. We want to be unstoppable, not only in our careers, our lives, our relationships, the unstoppable Black woman. So let's go over those again, those 4 things, because I want you to hear me, and I want you to also take action and make sure that you have all 4 of these as it relates to your career. Make sure that you're on that trajectory so that you can climb that corporate ladder, break that glass ceiling, and be unstoppable in your career too. So the first thing, as I mentioned before, is adding value to the company. Do you know what is a priority in your company? What are the goals in your company? And how can you take your superpowers and place them so that you can add value to the company, right? Do you know? If you don't know, you better ask somebody, and you better make sure that you know how you can fit in there, how you can take your superpower and add value to the company, right? It's not enough that you just have all these degrees. Those are great. They sit on the wall. They look pretty. What I'm talking about is you adding value, you being valuable, being a resource, being an asset to the company that you work for, right? The second thing, authenticity. Authenticity, bringing your full self to the job, bringing your full self to the office. They're not just looking for some cookie cutter anymore. You got to stand out, differentiate yourself. And how do you do that best? Is by being your true, authentic self, because there's only one of you, right? God broke the mold when he made you, and there's only one of you. And what I'm saying to you is if you bring that one unique person to the table, to the company, then you are actually standing out. You stand out from the rest. You are no longer just another, right? So we have to bring our full selves to the workplace. The next thing is being an avid learner, because if you don't, then you become irrelevant. Then you just become like this constant that just stays there. They're called lifers when you think about it, right? In the career and the corporate world, they're called lifers. People that are just going to stay in the same position for as long as they stay with the company, because they're not growing, they're not learning, they're not moving, they're not being relevant, they're not adding value, additional value to the company. So those are called lifers. We're not lifers, we're unstoppable, right? So we're climbing up the ladder. And so you have to be an avid learner. Learn not only your role, learn not only what helps you in your specific role, but what helps the company, what helps for that next level, what helps for you to take over for your boss, right? Are you next in line to take over if your boss left the company, retired, or just decided that they didn't want to, be in that role anymore, if they got promoted? Are you ready to take on that next level? And if you're not, then I strongly advise you to be an avid learner. Learn what is needed for that next role so that you're ready, right? Preparation plus opportunity equals success. If you're sitting around there waiting for I'm not going to learn until I get that promotion, then you're never going to get promoted. Never going to get promoted. You got to be an avid learner, right? And the next thing, and final thing is have an advocate. An advocate. And the way you do that is by doing 110%, being part of projects, being part of teams, committees, doing your job, and then also connecting with others within the company. Networking with others so that you can showcase your superpower. You can showcase the value that you bring to the company. And when you do that, then you have an advocate. Then you have somebody at that table who is saying, yes, I know her work ethic, I know what she brings, and we need to keep her, and we need to promote her because she is next in line for this level, or this promotion, or this executive role. So you need that advocate at the table. So let's make sure that we are doing all four of these things. Let's make sure that we are taking accountability and checking ourselves as it relates to our career. Because if you don't, then who will? Like, you are the CEO of you, right? Your career is your business, and you need to treat it as such. And if you're not taking an active role in your business, i.e. CEO of you, Inc., then who else will? And so if you don't have those four things in your career, if you don't know where you add value, if you're not being your authentic self, and if you are not an avid learner and do not have an advocate, I am suggesting that you do that today. Those are the four things that have made me unstoppable in my career. Again, I went from temporary employee, 3-week assignment, to now VP of Finance and moving up the corporate ladder as we speak. And how did I do that? Those four things that I told you about, those 4 tips, those 4 strategies that I told you, those have made me unstoppable. The combination of my superpower, the combination of my degrees, and those 4 things have made me a dynamic force within corporate America. And you can too. So this is LaShawna Williams, the Success Navigator, your unstoppable Black woman. And I am unstoppable in my career, telling you to be your best self, to be your full self, to be the self that God has created and destined you to be, and be unstoppable in your career, your life, your relationships, and in business, and in all facets of your life.
Come on in, come on in, come on in. Tag, share, and invite if you haven't already. You may be asking yourself, are you in the right place? And let me tell you, you are absolutely in the right place if you are ready to say F fear and stop allowing fear to derail your life and start making destiny-altering decisions. Let me ask you a question. Do you ever feel like you want to do something disruptive, different, dynamic, or just extraordinary, but for one reason or another, you don't? You don't move forward with investing in ad spend that you know you need to invest to meet your goal. You don't move forward with putting the offer on your home. You don't move forward with hiring the coach. You don't move forward to whatever that thing is, applying for the speaking engagement. Something seems to hold you back. Could fear be the reason? Let's go into it. Here are some signs that it may be fear that's holding you back. Dealing with procrastination, avoiding anything new, or if there's a level of uncertainty, you don't want to move forward with it. And the crazy thing is, when you're dealing with fear in one area, it often shows up in other areas in your life. So whether it's in your business, in your relationship, there's fear. Can't stop thinking about something negative happening. You have ants, automatic negative thoughts, marching 2 by 2 in your mind, right? That's holding you back from moving forward. Perhaps you're struggling to trust yourself and going with your gut, and you have so many other voices, and you're asking this person and you're asking that person, which leading you to indecision, which is further paralyzing you from moving forward. Maybe you have a feeling that other people are doing it better than you, and you're like, well, what's the point? And maybe you start looking at this person from adoration and just admiring them, and then you start to realize, start comparing yourself. Oh my God, they're doing it like this, they're doing it like that. I can't do it like this. Not realizing that is really the very uniqueness of how you present and what you do that's going to cause your business, your ministry to go 10x, right? But rather than understanding and operating in your joint zone of genius and doing your thing, you find yourself comparing and having a feeling of inferiority, feeling like you're not good enough. And because of that, you don't move forward. Perhaps you fear of losing everything. Perhaps you fear of making a wrong choice. And because you feel like you can't make the right choice, you're paralyzed and you make no choice. But the truth is, you have to choose, or a choice will be made for you. These are all different fears. Let me tell you just a little bit about who I am and why you should listen to me. My name is Jo Bullock. I'm a best-selling author, been featured in Essence Magazine, certified life coach, co-founder of BE Transform Networks, a global kingdom movement, all about helping people to renew their mind, to transform their life. And particularly, we tend to focus on women. This presentation today can be applicable to both men and women, because we're focusing on this thing called fear and how we can say F fear. So with that being said, let's go ahead to the next slide, where I want to tell you the objectives. And I'm going to tell you what you can expect to learn over the next 15 minutes with me. We're going to talk about the top 7 fears. We're going to talk about the 2 types of fears ultimately you need to know about. We're going to discover the F fear model and applying the F fear model. So we're going to actually walk through an example today. And then we're going to go through a couple of scriptures to help you to overcome fear. Here's a picture of me and my boo. And we was out here living our best life, double income, no kids, no mortgage, no car note. And so we decided it was time for us to go buy a house. So me being the researcher and the one who really was into this whole house buying thing, I went and started looking for a home, saw an immaculate house, and it was over our budget. And one day I just kept looking at other homes. We went to see about 20 houses, and finally the house that I love had dropped by 50K. And so I was like, whoa, listen, we gotta go see this house. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, this house, it looks amazing on the outside. I can't wait to see what it has to offer on the inside. We go to the house, we go inside. I fell in love with it. Granted, now we're already on house number 30 or something. And this is the first house that I walk into and was like, this is the house. So naturally, we went ahead and put a contract in the home. And when we put our offer on it, it was maybe like 5 other offers, and our offer won, because we include no closing costs, amongst other things, as part of our contract to make sure that we secured this property. And that night, all I could think about is how I would not be able to afford the house, and how, you know, we were going to drain our accounts to try to get this house. And I mean, I just had so many fears that was plaguing me. And most of it wasn't true. We weren't draining our account to get the house because we already had set aside funds to actually purchase the home. It was so many things. But in that moment, all I could worry about and think about the worst case of things happening and it like just, you know, not being able to move forward. And the crazy thing is, this fear was not just from my own past experience, which a lot of times our fear is birth, but it's also from other people's experience, especially our parents. And remember seeing my parents in some instances struggle in certain things financially. I found that in the area of finances was where I struggled as well, in terms of not so much money management, but just dealing with the fear of failing with my finances. So needless to say, when I decided to pull the contract off the house, well, my husband obviously agreed to it too, just in order to accommodate me. This is what we was looking at. We were not in a good place. We were stressed out. Something that was supposed to be an amazing experience, a joyous experience, had become a burden. So what happened there? Well, let's talk about what fear is. Fear alerts us that the presence of danger or the threat of harm, whether that danger is physical, psychological, or sometimes fear stems from real threat, but it can also originate from imaginary dangers. And in my case, it was an imaginary danger of all the things that could go wrong. But, you know, I had no really substance reason to believe what I was believing. Let me tell you, to help explain what was going on with me, you have to understand my relationship was like Erica's Badu relationship with her boyfriend with a complicated occupation. It was danger. The song went, the block stays hot, the block is locked, the trunk stays locked, the Glock on cock. You remember that? Let me help you. Hey. Listen, I don't own the rights to that music, but I had to play that because I feel like what I know for sure is that how I felt with fear. It was a complicated relationship. I felt like it was always ready. I felt like it was always showing up. I felt like it was a danger zone that I was in. I felt like I was sometimes in compact about a situation that hadn't even manifested. And I didn't even really know if it ever was manifesting, but the potential that it could was distracting me and caused me to be ready at all times. Let's talk about some of the top fears. Public speaking, snakes, sickness, disease, death. I just put all that together, right? Because we're only afraid of sickness to the degree that we think we're going to die as a result because we're lacking faith. But one thing I love what Trevor says, our fears is really faith we are afraid to use. So also dealing with the accident, dealing with heights, failure, not being able to meet our goal financially or our success. These are top fears. And I know I've been most of these, if not all of these, I've been there with fear and dealing with the level of fear. So let's talk about the good fear versus the bad fear. So good fear, it keeps you safe. Bad fear is displaced fear, and it's often is a missed opportunity. Bad fear is when we are worried and concerned and consumed about something happening where we have little to no evidence or reason to really believe it. Like our is a weak case, right? That this thing will ever manifest, but we allow our mind and thoughts to fester over that thing and to hover in that space, if you will, to worry about it. And it can cause us missed opportunities. But the truth is, if we're all striving to be successful, it's really going to require that point where preparation meets opportunity. And if we are allowing fear to hold us back from getting prepared, from doing the thing that we need to do, then we miss those opportunities. Let's just kind of go down a couple of things about what fear looks like and how it plays out. We have maybe perhaps, and I know I've been there. If you resonate with this, say, yes, I can resonate with this. That's me. If I'm coming down your lane, right? If the shoe fit, tie that joker on and wear it and style it until we take it off and let it go. Okay. Fear of making the wrong choice, doing what feels right to you. Pay attention to your gut. Is really the core of your soul, which is your mind, your will, and your emotions. Listen, nobody knows what you need to do better than you. So sometimes you have to silence those voices and follow what you know from the inside, which is really the Holy Spirit, which is really the God in you trying to navigate you through this thing called life. Listen, if it doesn't feel right, take a look at that and resolve those emotions before actually moving forward. Avoid the temptation for allowing yourself to get into indecision, right? You may need to step back and really say, okay, what are my choices here, and what is the best thing for me to do, so you can move forward. But this is not delaying indefinitely. We need to take a step back, assess, and decide. Then also I want to share, good fear is birthed to prevent us from harm, danger, or just any types of threat. The body natural response is to keep us safe, right? So if there's, I don't know how many of y'all maybe grew up in the hood, but I'm just gonna go with my experience, okay? So I remember back in the day when I grew up in the hood in 8 Mile. Well, it's part of the block. The next block was hood. My block was cool, but the next block, you know. So, but when we would go to clubs, a certain type, something like that, and if somebody was shooting, listen, when you heard that blah blah blah, everybody started to run. Right? We don't even know where the shot's coming from. We don't know, where direction is coming from, in which direction it's going into. All we know are we are trying to get out of harm's way. So when you hear that, everybody start to run. Everybody start to run. And why? Because people are afraid for their lives, because they know if they catch a bullet, it can take their lives. So in those cases, that's a good type of fear. Yes? But listen, oftentimes we're not dealing with that fear. Oftentimes we're dealing with the bad fear. And we have to understand, when we're dealing with the bad fear, we're conceding to fear, which is absolutely displeasing God. When we conceding to fear, it says fear is more powerful than God, which makes no sense, right? We're conceding to fear. It says, God, I don't trust you. And of course, none of us, especially if you're a believer, and if you're not a believer, whatever the God or universe or whatever however, hopefully at least we can agree that there is a God. There's something bigger than us that's created this universe, right? And with that being said, we have to believe that if something had the competency, the capability to create this earth, that fear can't rule them. And fear can't rule you. You have dominion over it. And so let's talk about what fear really means. And then we're going to go into the fear model. So fear means fight fear. You have to fight it. You can't let it reside in you. We can't go where the fear resides, right? We can go where the money resides, but we will not go where the fear resides. We have to forget past fears. We have to flip fear. And most importantly, you have to forget fear. So let's talk about the fear model. The fear model says, step 1, identify the fear. Step 2, play out that worst case scenario. Step 3, assess the survival rates. Step 4, research the likelihood that the fear will even ever happen. Step 5, develop a coping plan. And step 6, create a succession plan. So let's get into it. So I talked earlier about my fear of purchasing a home, and I'm just going to stick with that if that's cool. So step 1, identifying the fear and explore the chances of likelihood of it happening. So the fear for me was that I felt like we wouldn't be able to pay our mortgage. And reality, the mortgage would have been no less. It would have been actually the same that my current mortgage is in the house that we ultimately end up buying. So at that time, that was the fear. And so, okay, so what? I won't be able to, quote unquote, pay my mortgage. And let's just say that's the fear. Play out worst case scenario. One month we are short. We can't pay it. Okay. So, and even maybe even worse than short, let's just say we don't have it and we can't come up with it. Well, worst case scenario, if you miss your mortgage, I'm going all the way through the whole example. Let me slow down. Well, no, that's right. I'm sorry. Okay. So going through that. So if I miss my mortgage for 1 month, then it would be 30 days late. And then of course, that goes against your credit. Thankfully, I have pretty good credit. So, go against my credit, but I already got a house, car note. Probably won't be the end of the world. Won't be the end of the world. Assess survival rate. Well, if we miss one mortgage payment on our house, I don't know anyone who has died as a result of missing a mortgage payment on their home. Do you know anybody who's died? Let me know. Okay, step 4. Rate the likelihood of fear occurring from 0 to 100%. Well, me and my husband, at the time, we both have good government jobs, pretty secure, very unlikely that there's a rift. So I would say it's probably a 10 to 20% chance that that would even happen. Okay. Step 5, regardless of the rate, anything is possible. So let's establish a coping plan. Okay. So a coping plan would be, how about, can we take more money out our TSP and perhaps put more money down towards the closing costs, so we would take less of our cash reserves for that? And perhaps, I believe you can even take a loan for a TSP for your mortgage and get the money within a few days. So that could be like a backup plan. First, it's okay, first tap into the local emergency funds. If that local emergency funds is exhausted, then I can tap into my TSP fund. Step 6, increase chances of a favorable outcome, succession plan. So I got here, I must read this. Do a survey, ask your prospects what they need. And this is a different example, I'm sorry. Let me stick with the example I'm giving. So increase the chances of a favorable outcome. So to me would be, like I said, go ahead, and part of the succession plan would be, 1, increase the money from the TSP to include the closing costs that we didn't initially plan on paying, that then would be dipping down our savings. But we could have just say, hey, well, let's just go and get whatever it was, 5-10 grand more to cover that cost. Or we could go ahead and make sure that our TSP just was continuing to beefing that up to make sure it has a cushion, or we could just start to save an additional $250, $500 a month to say, hey, this is extra mortgage money, just in case we get, beef up our emergency reserves, so we could relieve that pressure. And now, as I'm going through it, it just seems like, wow, I really was freaking out over this house thing. Y'all don't understand, like freaking out. Anxiety was on 20 folds, right? And come to find out, the worst thing could happen is it could be on my credit. Okay. But one might like, okay. And I wish we had time to go through another example, but whatever fear you're going through, I want to encourage you to use that model. And I may see if I can pull it back up before we get to the end of this. But let me go over these scriptures and I'm going to see if I can pull it back up so you can take a screenshot if you didn't before. Let me tell you what God says. Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you, declare the Lord. Plans to prosper you, not to harm you. Plans to give you hope in a future. Ephesians 3:20. Now to him who is able to do immeasurably or exceedingly abundantly above all that we can ever think or imagine, according to the powers that works within us. This is NIV. I usually do New King James Version, so that's what you'll hear the difference there. Romans 8:28. And for we know that in all things God worked for the good of those who love him and for those who are called according to his purpose. And then 1 Corinthians 2:9. However, as is written, what no eyes have seen, what no ears have heard, and what no human mind has conceived, the things God has prepared for those who love him. 2 Timothy 1:7. For the Spirit of God does not give us a spirit of fear, but of love, power, and of a sound mind. Here, take a screenshot. Here's where you can connect with me and continue the conversation. And I didn't put our website, but our website is just betransformnetworks.com. And you can go there. And I also have my email here. Let me just go back really, really quick. I want you to take a screenshot, because if you have any fear, I'm telling you, if you have any fear, this is how you can overcome your fear. Go ahead and take a screenshot of that. And I just want to say thank you so much for joining us. I hope this has been a blessing to you. And thank you so much to Trevor Spalding and the whole team at Iconic Conference for the opportunity. Thank you, and be blessed.
my name is Joy Morgan of Joy Morgan Motivates, and I am excited to share with you today on how to soar like an eagle. If you are a leader, I want to give you 7 leadership principles to help you stand out above the rest. I love that acronym I've used for SOAR, stand out above the rest. So I want to give you 7 leadership principles that we can learn from an eagle. Number 1, eagles fly alone or with their own kind. That's right. Here's the leadership lesson to that. Associate with people who are at your level or can help you grow so that you can go to the next level in your leadership. You know this is an interesting fact that eagles and turkeys are in the same family, but as you know, turkeys cannot fly. And it's not to say that we as leaders don't help turkeys to come along, but the leadership principle is if you're trying to grow, if you're trying to go to the next level in your leadership, you want to make sure that you have the right circle around you. You want to have eagles around you that will teach you how to fly. So the lesson also is get a mentor. It's so important as a leader that's interested in going to the next level to get mentors. I love saying this, that mentorship is men allowing another to tour their life. So allow people in your life to show you how to get to the next level so that you can fly high like an eagle. The next leadership principle is this. Eagles have excellent vision and concentration. I'm going to say that again. Eagles have excellent vision and concentration. When they catch their prey, they focus on it with laser-like intensity and they set out to get it. And so the leadership principle there is to do the same thing with your goals. As a leader, you ought to have goals that are going to help you to get to the next level. And that requires focus. And if you haven't noticed already, I love acronyms. And so the acronym I like to use for focus is finish one course until successful. Come on here. Finish one course until successful. We need to learn how to focus. So often, especially those who are gifted, and we often have our hands in several different things, we'll start something but not finish it. But the eagle has learned when they are after something, they have laser beam intensity and they go for it until they get it. So that's the leadership principle that I want to share with you, that when you go to set out to accomplish something, give it all of your effort, give it all of your time, give it all of your energy, and focus and set out to achieve it. And don't you dare stop until you get it done. Don't you dare stop until you accomplish your goal. Number 3 about eagles. I love this right here. Eagles, they feed on live meat. They feed on live food. They don't eat dead things. Listen, the leadership lesson right here is that we as leaders have to learn not to waste our energy and our time, as mom and them used to say, beating a dead horse. We've got to learn how to let go. So often we will dwell in the past and get stuck there. But we who desire to excel, to go to the next level, to lead at another level, we have got to learn the art of letting go and the art of saying goodbye. We have to set our eyes to the future. We cannot feed on those things that are dead. We have to look for those things that are living. We have to take our failures and look at those setbacks as a springboard for our comeback. That sometimes we win, but sometimes we learn. And if we start looking at our failures and our losses as lessons, then we will never have failed at all. So let's learn from the eagle and let's feed on live things and let dead things go. Number 4 about the eagle has to be my absolute favorite quality. Eagles love the storm. I'm going to say that again. Eagles love the storm. They get excited when storm clouds start to gather. Why? Because they welcome the challenge that it brings. I need you to hear this. Eagles love the storm, while other birds start flying away from the storm and start getting fearful of the storm clouds gathering. No, the eagle says, oh, I don't see a crisis here. I see an opportunity. And that's the leadership principle for us, because eagles know that the storm winds are going to lift them above the clouds. And so when they get above the clouds, now they can rest their wings and become stronger. There's something about storm winds that eagles have learned give them lift. And I don't know about you, but I've gotten stronger. I've gotten wiser. I've gotten better every time I have encountered a storm. So the leadership principle for us is get excited about the storms in your life. Get excited about the challenges that come in your workplace. Get excited when you see something happen in your business that you weren't expected. It might catch us off guard, but challenges often bring opportunity. Yes, in 2020, we were met with a crisis. We were met with a challenge, but I tell you what, necessity becomes the mother of invention. And some of us, we would have never started our business. We would have never created that product had we not had a crisis to meet our life. So I want you to do what the eagles do and not run away from the storm, but I want you to fly into the storm, knowing that that storm will help to propel you to another level. Number 5, the eagles test the level of commitment before engagement. This is so key, that the eagle tests the level of commitment before engagement. So what are we saying here? Before an eagle enters into a commitment, the female eagle will test her male suitors to establish his level of commitment. Before she decides this is the one that I'm going to have a family with, she wants to make sure that he's in it for the long haul. Let me tell you something, that as leaders, we cannot get to the next level by ourselves. But what you want to make sure of is that before you partner with somebody, you want to make sure that they are as committed to growth as you are. It's so important for you to ascertain the commitment of people that you intend to partner with. And so the eagle, especially the female eagle, if I may say, is very wise in that way. She makes sure that he is going to be in it for the long haul. So we as leaders, partnership is absolutely necessary to get to the next level. I'm going to say that again. We cannot be an island. We cannot be to ourselves. We must partner with other people if we're going to expand what we do. But you want to test your partners out, research them, look them up, ask the hard questions. Don't be afraid to do that, especially if you're looking for long-term relationships. So yes, eagles test the level of commitment before engagement, and I encourage every leader to do the same. And number 6, there's just so many great principles here. Let me give you this one here. The eagle is a master of change management. I'm going to say that again. The eagle is a master of change management. So again, going back to that mother, that female eagle, she carefully prepares her nest for that eaglet, the one that she just had with the male suitor she checked out first. She carefully prepares the nest for its eggs. And when it's time for the eaglet to learn to fly, when it begins to mature enough where it's time for it to fly, she then begins to remove the comfort zone, remove the comfort layers from the nest, exposing those pricks and those sticks to make it uncomfortable for the eaglet. And then check this out, she throws the eaglets out of the nest. After she makes it uncomfortable for the eaglet, then if it's not uncomfortable enough, then she throws the eaglet out of the nest. And she does this repeatedly until the eaglet learns how to fly. No, she does not let her little birdie die if it begins to fall and looks like it's going to hurt itself. She swoops in and she'll pick it back up and get it back in the nest. But she does that repeatedly until the eaglet learns how to flap its own wings and fly. And so the leadership lesson here is this: we must not become complacent in our life. That mother eagle does not allow her eaglet to get comfortable in the nest, because the truth of the matter is, many of us, if we had it our way, We would stay where it's comfortable. We would not challenge ourselves. We would not learn how to fly in the middle of a storm. But the eaglet understands this, that you cannot cling to the old and the familiar and go to the next level. That you only can grow if you're willing to step out of your comfort zone. And so I want to encourage a leader today to do something that you normally wouldn't do. Yes, create a partnership that you wouldn't normally go into partnership with. I want you to expand into an area that perhaps you have typically felt intimidated by. It is the pathway to expansion. And so we have to do what the eagle does and master change. Again, back to 2020, it forced us to change. It forced us to adapt. It forced us to look at the vision that we have for our lives and our business and our career plans and look at it and say, you know what? I can't be so rigid that the conference that perhaps we're even in today, if it was supposed to be in person, we've got to learn how to flex and adapt and make it virtual so that we are still getting the same powerful information out, but we have just changed platforms. You have got to be willing to change if you want to be the leader that you're supposed to be. To go to the next level, you've got to be willing to master change. And lastly, number 7, if you want to stand out above the rest and soar like an eagle, then you have to embrace a rebirth. And rebirth involves the death of your old self. Let me tell you something about this eagle, that it has to make a painful decision about at the age of 40. Either it's going to die or it's going to go through a painful process of rebirth. But that process of rebirth extends the eagle's life for 30 more years. But that process involves the painful task of knocking out its own beak and plucking out its talons and its feathers. And it's a painful process, but it's a necessary process if it's going to go to the next level. I want to tell you this, leaders, that if we are going to make it in the season to come, if we are going to stand out above the rest, then we have to continue to do the self-evaluation that's necessary so that we can maintain our leadership and maintain a level of excellence so that we can compete in this next season. We don't know what's to come. We just embraced and had to get used to a global pandemic, and we don't know what's next. But I tell you what, those who survive and remain will be committed to the evolution of themselves. We must continue to evolve. We must continue to change. We must continue to learn. And when we experience the rebirth, we will find that we will be here for the long haul. So I hope you got something out of these 7 leadership principles from the eagle. It's such a majestic bird. It's such a bird that we can learn from here as humans, as leaders, and even in life. Listen, I'm Joy Morgan of Joy Morgan Motivates, and you can reach me by email at joymorganmotivates@gmail.com, or you can follow me on Facebook or Instagram at Joy Morgan Motivates. And you can also check out my website where you can follow me by filling out our contact form at joymorganmotivates.com. That's joymorganmotivates.com. It's been a pleasure sharing with you today.
What does it mean to be an unstoppable Black woman? When you hear those words, unstoppable Black woman, what does that mean to you? Well, let me share what an unstoppable Black woman looks like to me. You're looking at an unstoppable Black woman. See, I'm Black. I'm beautiful. I'm brilliant. And I'm sure I am bold. And I'm business-minded all day long. I understand what each B word represents. I understand what each B word represents as it relates to being an unstoppable Black woman. You see, there are so many of us that we will not even embrace our Blackness. Why? Why? I'm a woman who believes in the Most High God. And so, as I think about being an unstoppable Black woman and how it relates to being a Black woman, why would I dishonor God when it was God who made an intentional decision to make me a Black woman? I didn't tell God to make me a Black woman. No, God made an intentional decision. When he formed me in my mother's womb, when he chose the woman who would be my mother, he made a decision. That seed right there, that would be Donna. That would be the unstoppable Black woman. So I embrace my Blackness. And then the B of beauty, beautiful. I know that it was a beautiful God who created this beautiful being. I'm beautiful because it was a beautiful God who created me in his image. So I embrace the B of beautiful. And then it was a brilliant God, a brilliant God, a brilliant God who created me in his image to use my mind, not to play small, not to dumb down, but to use my brilliance. And so this unstoppable Black woman, I use my brilliance in the arena of corporate America. I use my brilliance in the businesses that God has chosen me to manage for him. I use my brilliance. I show all the way up, using my brilliance, not dumbing down, not playing small. Unstoppable Black woman, that's me. So I'm Black, I'm beautiful, I'm brilliant, and I'm bold all day long. That's the next B. Bold, bold, bold. When I step into the room, I am an experience. When I step into the room, I'm stepping in with all of my boldness. When I'm stepping into a room, I'm talking loud and I'm saying a lot because I'm Black and I'm proud. I'm proud to be the Black, beautiful, brilliant, bold woman that God created me to be. I know who I am. I know that God gave me full authority and power. That God gave me. He instilled in me. He created me in his image. And so because I know that, I'm going to walk with boldness. I'm not fearful of any man. I'm walking with boldness, the boldness of God. And then business minded. So we got Black, we got beautiful, we got brilliant, and I'm bold. And then you got to be business minded, unstoppable Black woman. You got to be business minded. And yes, You can be an employee and an entrepreneur. Yes. You don't have to quit to win. Yes. You can operate in your full brilliance wherever God has positioned you, in the workplace and in the marketplace. Business minded. You got to be open to receive all the business ideas that God wants to download to you. Business minded is the other B of Unstoppable Black Woman. That's me. So I invite you to take on the posture of an unstoppable Black woman, embracing her B's unapologetically. Take on that posture. It's a position. It's not just a phrase. You must possess it. It must possess you. Unstoppable Black woman. That's me. Embracing my B's unapologetically. So, if you haven't already, join the Facebook group of the Unstoppable Black Woman Circle. I invite you. Black and brown sisters, I invite you to join us in the Unstoppable Black Woman Circle on Facebook. I invite you to follow me on Instagram, the Unstoppable Black Woman. I'm Donna Izar, the Unstoppable Black Woman. That's me. Embracing my B's unapologetically. I'm excited about this movement. I'm excited about this movement. I'm doing my part. And I need you to do yours, sister. I need you to do your part. I need you to embrace your B's unapologetically. I need you to stand up, speak up, and I need you to show up as an unstoppable Black woman. I need you to show up as an unstoppable Black woman. I get it. I get it. This is our time. This is our time. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready to step into an unstoppable Black woman posture? Are you ready? I'm ready to receive you. I'm ready to receive my sister. Come on in. Come on in. This is the unstoppable Black woman. This is the day of the unstoppable Black woman. We ain't shucking and jiving. We not shucking and jiving here. We ain't talking loud and saying nothing. No, we are showing up. We showing all the way up. So it's time. Come on and join us in the Unstoppable Black Woman Circle. You want to learn more about the Unstoppable Black Woman? Go to www.unstoppableblackwoman.com. We are serving, we are sowing, and we are supporting. We are doing our part. We got some amazing things coming up. We got the Unstoppable Black Woman Anthology. We got the Unstoppable Black Woman Retreat. We got the Unstoppable Black Woman Week. We doing our part. But we can't do it alone. I need you. Your sisters need you. So come on and join the Unstoppable Black Woman Circle.
remember September 11th, 2018 like it was yesterday. This is the moment, the year, and the time that I decided to throw myself the biggest party ever. Really, ever. Before this, I never threw myself a party. Yes, I had gatherings and lunch events and things of that nature, but this year, I invited hundreds of people from all around the world to celebrate with me and my family. And as you can see here, we had a grand of time. I was so full of myself, but in a good way, confidence, assurity. I knew who I was, no longer asking for permission to sit at someone's table, to be invited on anyone's platforms. I was confident in who God had called me to be and who he had called me to serve. And I wanted to be able to express that to all of those that were around me and to the world at large. But you know what? It didn't start out that way. On the left-hand side, this is where I grew up, 2408 Lupine Street. And this is where it all began. You know, my father was a longshoreman, which was a pretty prominent blue-collar position in those days. My mother was an LPN, licensed practical nurse, which was a pretty prominent position in those days as well. We were considered a middle-class family. My dad worked hard. My mom worked hard. They provided everything we needed and wanted. I can honestly say that I had need of nothing. And when I begged my mom to do certain things for me, like buy the latest Air Jordans or the latest Air Max or Huaraches, you probably don't know anything about that. I never missed a beat. I wore new clothes, the nicest clothes, and things were great. Things were grand. So here you see my home, and you may say, well, you know what? It looks a little like what's on the other side. And you're exactly right. It looks like a church. But I never knew that. I never put two and two together. There was nothing to me by just looking at my home that made me think that anything was wrong with it. It was comfortable. We had running water. We had food on the table 3 times a day, as a matter of fact, you know, and everything worked. So I had no clue that something was wrong until one day when I was getting dropped off at the bus. We didn't have bus stops. That was the time where the bus would actually drop you off in front of your house. But hey, I didn't know anything any different. I didn't feel any certain way. And I noticed that when they were driving up to my home, the bus driver, that the kids started snickering and laughing and pointing. And here I am like, what's wrong? What's going on? Lo and behold, they were laughing and pointing and snickering at my house. Can you imagine in that moment what I felt? Can you imagine the shame that I started feeling? Can you imagine the embarrassment that I started feeling like something was wrong? They projected what they feel, what they were feeling on me. They felt that something was wrong with my house because it looked like a church. They felt that I lived in a home that did not meet standards or that was not suitable because it looked like a church. And for a long time, I carried that. A long time, I carried around shame. I carried around guilt. I was embarrassed by my life. I was embarrassed by my parents. I was embarrassed by where I lived. I was embarrassed every time the bus driver had to stop in front of my house. I was embarrassed. I allow the expectations of other people become my expectations, who they thought I should be, what they thought I should have, the life they thought I should live. I allowed them to project that on me. And for a long time, there was fear and expectations of other people that I carried around and I held as my own. But the truth be told, my family was an amazing family. And my dad built that home that you see that looks like a church, brick by brick, layer by layer, cold, sweat, and tears. He built that with blood. He built that. But I didn't realize that my mindset was all jacked up. I didn't realize that I had to cultivate a right mindset. I didn't realize that people thought the thoughts of other people really didn't matter because I was a young girl. And as you can imagine, a young girl wants to be accepted. She wants to be loved. She wants everybody to like her. And that's the space that I was in. So when they were pointing, snickering, and laughing at my home, I felt low. I felt empty. But all along, I was loved. I was accepted, and I was embraced by people who were my family, that it didn't matter where I came from. It didn't matter how my house looked. It didn't matter about the shape of the doors. None of that mattered. All that mattered is that I was loved, I was accepted, and I was embraced. And that's why today I want to share with you the 8 laws to cultivating the right mindset around your life, your relationships, and your business. I know, like you, like me, many of you have experienced trying to suit up and be what everybody else wants you to be. Many of you have spent hundreds and thousands of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to become something that you're not, trying to do things that are not in your area of expertise or in your lane, just to be accepted, loved, and embraced by others. But what I want to show you during this time that we have together is that you have the power to cultivate the mindset that you desire to experience supernatural success without trying to conform to the standards of everyone else. Here are 4 principles I want you to take away. Life experiences have the power to change how you think about yourself and others. Life experience has the power to change how you think about your role in the world. How you think impacts everything around you. You have the power to change the way you think. So if you have not done already, go ahead and get your pen, get your paper, and let's get ready to go on this journey to you cultivating the right mindset for your relationships, your life, and your business. In case you don't know already, I am Trell Ravenel. I am a life and marriage transformation strategist, and I want to show you how I was able to redirect my thoughts and my mindset to now experience the life that I've always desired to have without meeting the expectations of other people. The first law I want to share with you is the law of awareness. And the reason why this is so important is that you need to be aware of who you are and who you are not. Because when you don't understand who you are emotionally, spiritually, and socially, you will spend your days, your weeks, your months, and even your years trying to become what you were never desired or designed to become. You will find yourself trying to live up to everybody else's expectations because you don't know who you are. You will wrestle with your identity. You will look at the lives, the relationships, and the businesses of other people and try to conform to those things. Can I tell you this? Do not conform to the patterns of other people. Be transformed by the renewing of your mind. So it is in your best interest to learn who you are, whose you are, and who you were called to serve. The second law I want to share with you is the law of abundance. Say it loud, say it proud. The law of abundance. You, my friend, you have the power to attract an abundant life. But in order to do that, you have to understand that abundance is not just money. I know as business owners on here, leaders, visionaries, entrepreneurs of and the like, you often go to money. Yes, we're supposed to be wealthy. God has given us the ability and the ability and the mindset and also everything we need to create a wealthy life, a healthy and a wealthy life. But that's not what I'm talking about here. I am talking about abundance as far as more, having more than enough, more than enough knowledge, more than enough understanding, more than enough wisdom. The law of abundance. When you attract those things by the books that you read, by the conversations that you have, by the people you hang around, you, my friend, will be in a position to cultivate the right mindset. Number 3, the law of acuity. Keenness, awareness, sharpness. Iron sharpens iron. When you operate in a place of acuity, that means that you are constantly going after things that are going to fill your cup. You are constantly going after things that will help you to operate out of your overflow and not from a dry and empty place. You are being sharpened by the people you hang around. You are being sharpened by the books that you read. You are being sharpened by the conversation you have. Number 4, the law of attunement and association. I love this one because like attracts like. You are who you hang around. I know many of you have heard the saying that birds of a feather flock together. That is absolutely true. What are your birds saying about you? See, I used to hang around some birds. Those people that were on that bus that day, I'm not calling anybody's kids birds, but that's symbolic to a bird. People, the birds that I'm referring to, people want you to be who they are. And if they don't feel like you fit into their clique, if they don't feel like you look like them, you talk like them, you walk like them, or you do things like them, they'll be easily able to dismiss you and place you to the side as if you do not matter. So in this season of your life, it is so important that you associate yourself to the right cliques, if you would. You saw all of those hundreds of people at my birthday party that I showed you early on. You want to be around people that are going to build you up, lift you up, and then people you can give back to. Number 5, the law of alignment. Are your activities, your actions, and your habits aligning with your goals and your vision? What is that one thing that you said you wanted to do this year? Heck, what is that one thing you said you wanted to do last year? Now, reflect for a moment. The things that you do every single day, will they help you get to that place? Will those things cater to your success in those areas? If you're saying no, Trail, they won't, then you need to stop doing those things right now. And you need to immediately pick up habits and behaviors, attitudes and actions that are going to help you get to that place of destiny and keep you in alignment with your visions, your goals, and your dreams. Number 6, the law of attraction. The law of attraction. I know many of us have heard the law of attraction, right? You can attract what you are. That is so true. Whatever you are, you will be. Whoever you're hanging around, you will become, right? Whatever you do, that is going to draw people to you. I see this a lot when it comes to relationships, and particularly with heterosexual relationships with individuals looking for spouses. They often say, well, I keep attracting the wrong kind of guy. I keep attracting the wrong type of friends. Well, you have to ask yourself the question, why do you feel that you keep attracting the wrong type of people? Why are the wrong people constantly coming in your life? In the same way that it works on the negative side, it also works on the positive side. You have the power, and the ability to attract the right type of things in your life. And those things that you don't want, either you need to change or you need to change something around you. Number 7, the law of achievement. Now, when I talk about the law of achievement, I'm not talking about everything that you're going to achieve in the world. And that's great. But what I'm talking about here is, what are you learning and what are you desiring to learn over what you are desiring to achieve? Because here is what I know. When you focus on what you're learning and what you're desiring to learn, and I'm even going to say what you have already learned, the things that you desire to achieve will automatically come. That's exactly what I did. I didn't focus on my achievements per se. I focused on what were my learning experiences through this. What did I learn being on that bus as a small child and being teased because I was living in a house that looked like a church? What did I learn when I had to experience that shame and that embarrassment and that fear of expectations of other people? What did I learn in that process? And now what am I learning? And how am I going to take what I've learned and be able to pour it back into others' lives so that they can experience supernatural success in their life, their relationships, and their businesses? And then number 8, the law of application. Once you've done all of these things, you have to apply what you learn. Knowledge is not enough. Say it loud and proud. Knowledge is not enough. Knowing is half the battle. That's true, because you still have to do after you know. You learn the information and then you apply what you have learned so that your life can experience supernatural success. Your relationships can experience supernatural success, and your business can experience supernatural success. If you apply these 8 laws that I've just shared with you, I guarantee you that you will be on the trail to blaze whatever you put your mind and your heart to. These laws will help you to recreate a mindset that will cultivate success. These laws will help you to operate in a place of more than enough. You will no longer ask for permission to be on anyone's stages. You will no longer ask and beg to be on anyone's platform, you will know that what you have on the inside of you is better than enough, because greater is he that is on the inside of you than he that is in this world. And there's nothing that can compare to what God has placed in you. So that is my time. I am Trail Ravenel, your life and marriage strategist, here to help you to cultivate the right mindset so that you can experience supernatural success in your life, your relationships, and your business.
Hello, hello, hello from Southern California, USA. What an amazing and unusual opportunity it is to be with you and to be a part of this iconic summit. I am privileged to share with you today my experience, my knowledge around women's leadership. But first, let me introduce myself and tell you why I'm so impassioned about the idea of women leaders and their highest potential. My name is June Chambliss, and I am the founder and CEO of Women Who Matter Too, an organization that is committed to teaching women leaders about their leadership capacities that will take them from just sitting in a position, but knowing about their leadership in a way that changes the world and bring their sphere of influence to its maximum. I can be found 3 ways. You can find me on our website, which is womenwhomatter2.org. That is womenwhomatter2.org. And my IG and Twitter accounts are Women Who Matter Too, but that is numeric 2. So IG and Twitter is Women Who Matter Too. Look for us there. So because we only have just a few moments together today, I want to jump right in to what I'll be talking about. And I've given this topic today a title. I'll be calling this Leading Others from Your Own Dysfunction. Leading Others from Your Own Dysfunction. So let me start right here. Why do I believe this is such an important subject for women leaders to hear? For the past several years, I've been doing research, scholarly research, on the topic of female leaders. And what I've found is that researchers and scholars who study all aspects of women's leadership, they found, and it has been shown, that there are greater truths around women's leadership that have not been revealed, and they are not in the discussion forums to the levels that they should be. As leaders, we should be fully aware of this information that's out there, because even without knowing it, having this information affects you in practical ways every day in your leadership activities. I'm reminded even the Bible says, for lack of knowledge, my people perish. But let me just share with you briefly how this all got started. Part of the reason I'm so impassioned about the subject here of women's leadership is in part because of my own personal experience. I just want to briefly tell you, I remember it all too well. It was the year 2008. I had experienced a very personal crisis. Everything that was familiar to me, my normal, came crashing down. See, prior to that year, I was the woman who was in executive leadership, serving on boards, advisory boards. I was a trusted advisor to senior management because of my industry knowledge and because of my interpersonal skills. I even oversaw a very thriving women's ministry department within my local church, had a very solid family life. So when my world came crashing down, I immediately realized that I was in need of some serious counsel and advice and direction. But my challenge was, where would I turn considering the leadership positions that I was in? And we know, ladies, a lot of times when we're in these high level positions, it can be difficult finding out where to go when we are in need of help. But because of my situation, of course, I reached out to some of my peers in leadership, including women who were in women's ministries. And oh my, was I in for an awakening? Let's just say that some of the counsel, some of the advice, some of the direction, even the spiritual guidance that I received during that time was just wrong. And at very best, it was shallow. And so I realized during that time that the senior woman leader was actually in need of some unusual support. Because what I found, the women who had spoken to me, they were in the position, but they were ill equipped to provide the level of leadership that was needed. And so I realized again that that woman needed support herself. Now, I had not become a researcher at that time. I wasn't a researcher yet. So while I had recognized there was a gap and a need, it would be a few years later that I would connect the dots in understanding some of the explanations about why women leaders continue to face the challenges that we face today in spite or despite of the advancements that have been made. Women leaders continue to face challenges that men leaders just do not face, such as unconscious bias, stereotypes that depict women's leaders' capabilities as mediocre, and the lack of support of leadership within leadership circles, the lack of support within top leadership circles. And these are just to name a few. Now, the thing about these challenges, they undermine women's confidence. And by the way, women's confidence is one of the leading causes that limits the availability to leadership opportunities in women. But nonetheless, these challenges were problematic a decade ago, and they're still problematic today. And I believe this is because we are not having the right conversations when it comes to women's leadership. So today I want to give you 3 areas that we should be talking about and that should be in discussions if we want to move forward in our effectiveness, because without understanding and having this new knowledge, you could possibly be leading others from your dysfunction rather than leading from a proper place of understanding and about what brings about change in leadership. It might be that you're stuck in leadership. You may not just know what to do. You might identify with the one who's hiding behind the position, but ill-equipped to provide what should be there. It could be your hidden truth. Or you may have been a great leader who has experienced a lot of success, and maybe you just feel there's nothing left that you can give. Or you could simply be a leader that recognizes you need greater leadership development. I believe these 3 areas that I'm going to share with you will help you to begin rethinking, and having this information will push you forward in focusing on leadership behaviors that provides a certain level of leadership outcomes. Now, we cover this and much more in a course that we offer called Next Level Leadership for Women. We cover 9 pillars of information that's missing from the leadership discussion. If you want to learn more about it, just go to our website that I've already given you, and that information will be there. But let me give you this first area. Now, these are just 3 areas to get you going. There are a plethora of other areas that need to be covered, but I believe these 3 will get you going in what we need for effective leadership, especially in future leadership. Let's go. Number 1, models of leadership. So a model of leadership is what is that pattern of ours that guides our leadership behavior. What do you pattern your leadership after? If you're a senior woman leader, you should know about models of leadership. What do you base your leadership from? And there are numerous. You've probably heard of some: transformational leadership, servant leadership, democratic leadership, and on and on and on. But as a leader, the model or the style of leadership is important because it is the delivery vehicle for the approach you will use in your day-to-day operation, and particularly in those undesirable operations that will show up in leadership. So you must ask yourself, do I even know the model of leadership that I pattern myself from? You know, I venture to say it can be a no, because I have found that it's common that leaders are in their positions, but they don't have a particular model. They're basing leadership on maybe something they've heard from others, they've seen from people that they've watched afar, whether the person was effective or not. You might be going by what you've learned through socialization, could be grandma, it could be a number of places, but you need to know about your leadership model. So my number 1, your takeaway here is explore and know your leadership model. Know which style you follow because it answers the question for you why you do what you do in leadership. Number 2, women's life experiences and road to leadership. Your life experiences should be in discussion forums about our leadership because life experiences inform your leadership behaviors. Experiential learning also shapes your insights and your values and your belief systems. So women, we have unique life experiences that lead us to leadership. And it's important that you have that clarity about this because, again, these experiences shape your convictions, your values, and your behaviors. So I want to give you a brief example of what that looks like. So let's just say an African American female leader, her road to leadership will differ from that of a Caucasian woman's road to leadership. A woman from across the seas, maybe out of Saudi Arabia, her road to leadership will differ from a woman out of the United States' road to leadership. A woman with a college degree, her road to leadership will differ from a woman whose leadership, who does not have a college degree. And yet all of these experiences shape the values and beliefs, and these show up in your boardrooms, in your meetings, in the way you handle conflict, in the way you handle your subordinates. So life experiences should be in the discussion about women's leadership. So your takeaway here is to rethink your life experiences and how they may be affecting your ineffectiveness in leadership. Number 3, I want to tell you about the area that should be in discussions is leadership development. Leadership development with an internal focus versus an external focus. So listen, leadership development is a critical component in the discussion on leadership. And to better understand leadership development, it is first necessary to make the point that leadership development comprises development for the leader. We call that human capital versus or as well as leadership development that's distinctively intended for the benefit of an organization. We call that social capital. So in the Leadership Development Forum, oftentimes the internal focus is left out of leadership developments. Ladies, most likely, most of your leadership development has been on external aspects, such as skills development. Are you organized? You have administrative skills? Are you a team player, researcher? Things such as that. And then sometimes in the development, they may touch on the internal piece, but not often. But it is the internal development that will actually pave the way for successes that you've never dreamed of. Research shows that the interpersonal conflict that you often have, which is the group conflict, happens most often because your intrapersonal conflict, internal issues, have not been managed. So your takeaway here is to rethink your leadership development and seek to grow in these areas. So I just want to say that, recapture those. Explore and know your leadership model, know your style. It's going to answer the question for you why you do what you do in leadership. Rethink your life experiences and how they might be affecting your ineffectiveness in leadership. And third, rethink your leadership development. Seek to grow in this area. Don't just go on your own. So in closing, I want to say, listen, iconic leadership is really a legacy we all want to leave behind. I know I do. The idea of being an iconic leader echoes in my soul. But to be that is to change the way we think about leadership. Don't settle for leading from a dysfunction, but rather, women, we must begin the process of rethinking the dynamics, rethinking the dynamics around women's leadership. I believe we are the future in leadership, but we must regroup, grow, and become the game changers, bringing change to the world through your individual leadership behaviors. Thank you for allowing me this time, and I am hoping for us all and for you that leadership in the future will include you, and you will be game changers and world changers. Thank you.
Hello, Black and Iconic. Hello, I am Dr. Marcia. I am a physician. I am a life coach. I am the CEO of In Full Bloom Health and Life Coaching, and also the founder of Women Ready to Move Academy. It is an awesome honor to be here with you. It's also, I have the honor of and privilege of coaching women who feel trapped in their personal prison of life. I help them to break out and finally live life without limits. Today, we are talking about getting out of that personal prison, getting out of that box and becoming the X factor. The 3 master keys to leveling up and leading. I'm so excited to share this with you. The X factor, it is that thing that shifts you from your current self to your future self, from I have to I get to, and from failing at perfection to flourishing in forward progress. When you walk out of this virtual room, you will have the 3 keys that will unlock that prison cell and transform you into that future version of yourself that is ready to level up and to lead. Are you ready? If you're ready, I want you to say, I'm ready. I can't hear you. Say it again. I am ready. Then let's go. Billions of dollars are spent in the entertainment industry, in the executive boardroom, even in the classroom, trying to find people who have that X factor, that the next big hit, the brightest star, the disruptor, the triple threat. But what is the X factor really? Google may say the X factor is that special but rare quality that sets you apart, that propels you into greatness, or that wow factor. And when you think about people who may have it, some names that may come to mind are like Oprah or Beyonce and even LeBron. But let me ask you, where do you think the X factor comes from? Put that in the chat. Some people may say that you're born with it. Others may say it's something that's teachable. And others may say it's something that you experienced. While all of those three things may contribute, I believe they play a small role. Can I share a little bit of my story? I was born with this birthmark on my face. I hated it, but it would be that flaw that would shape me and mold me into who I would become. This flaw, it affected my self-esteem. It affected how I just showed up in the world. I thought it was ugly, and I was trapped with what I thought people thought about it, and then what that meant about me. How many of us have that flaw, that imperfection, that defect, whether it's physical or whether it's emotional, that thing that weighed you down, that altered your life history? Those thoughts set me up for hiding in every area of my life, whether it was behind glasses or bangs, or even the makeup that I caked on. But I also hid from other things. I hid from opportunities. I hid from challenges. I was afraid of failing, afraid to be caught out, and afraid of trying. Who else has been hiding? If that's you, say me. Hiding from because of the fear, or hiding, sometimes we hide in plain sight. But it took me 10 years to get over this birthmark. 10 years of my life, me feeling that I wasn't enough, that there was something wrong with me. And as life would have it, there would be additional flaws. How many years are we all losing? The change for me was that I was introduced to the life or the world of coaching. I hired a coach, and that's when I began to channel my X factor. Now I walk boldly into rooms. Now I look people in the eye. I raise my hand. I volunteer. I do all the things that I wish I could have done way back when I was feeling boxed in. But let's talk about your X factor and the three master keys to leveling up and leading. The first master key, and this is a critical one, is that the X factor is a who and not a what. Again, that's it. The X factor is a who and not a what. I want you to write that down. The X factor is a who and not a what. It's not something that we're born with, not something that we're taught, not something that you gain from experience, not something that you can't put your finger on, that you can't bottle, that you can't find. Hear me. The X factor is you. You are your own X factor. When I started thinking that I was the X factor, it was a game changer. It changed how I thought about myself, how I moved through each day, how I saw and approached every challenge. Nowadays, when I get to a challenge, I'm like, okay, how am I going to get through it? I know I have the answer. I just need to figure it out. I'm not looking for other people to solve my problems. So I want you to think about a situation that you're losing sleep over right today. You're not quite sure what to do. You feel like the situation is out of your control. And I want you to say these words: I am the X factor. And I want you to repeat them. Repeat it 3 times. Say, I am the X factor. I am the X factor. And one last time, I am the X factor. When I say it, I feel a release. And I know that some of you all also felt it. So the question is, how will you now show up knowing that you are the X factor? What will you do now as the X factor? And what else will you think about yourself because you know that you are the X factor? Stop looking and waiting for someone else to swoop into your life and live it for you, to clean up all of the things. No one is coming. It's up to you. You are the X factor, and you have all of the answers. The answers are in your heart. The answers are in your head. They just have to be tapped into. Think about Oprah. Some of you may know her story about being molested as a child and all of the things that she had to go through with the news stations. But all of those things, they're part of her story. But it wasn't until she decided she wanted to be great. That's when the switch happens. The second master key: it's time to level up your belief in your X factor. Your belief in your X factor is everything. There's a spectrum of belief. There's having little belief for a little bit of time to having a lot of belief a lot of the time. And on that spectrum, we go from that thing being possible to it being probable to that thing being inevitable, meaning it's going to happen. When we are firing at this level, that thing, whatever it is going to happen. But one additional thing is we have to focus more on what you believe about yourself and less on what others believe about you. How much time do you think LeBron spends questioning his belief in his basketball skill? I would guess this much. And when we level up, that's when we can then lead. We just need to be a few steps ahead of those behind us. The third master key is to take bold action. What you do or don't do is going to make all the difference. Go do the damn thing. Stop talking yourself out of it. Stop second guessing. This will be the difference between you being expendable and you being exceptional. You tell me which one you want to be, water boy or MVP. When you believe you are the X factor, there is nothing, circle, underline nothing, nothing that you cannot do or be. Your people, those that are here, that you're here to serve and to lead, they are waiting for you to be great. They're looking for the leader to follow. It's go time. It's time to get in the game. But I understand where you are because I've been there. I didn't know how to tap into my X factor, but I knew there were women who needed me. Women like my client Katrina. She was stuck, wanting to move out of the area that she was living. She wanted a new start. But what I helped her to find was that she was actually allowing other people to run her life. And she was, in essence, running away. But she found her voice. She found her X factor. And she decided to put up some boundaries. She had some tools that she was able to use and was able and ended up wanting to stay where she was and to develop those relationships. Or even my client June, she was in a relationship with a narcissist. She felt like she wasn't enough. And so she put herself into situations where she really didn't want to be there, but she thought she had no place else to go. I helped her discover herself, that she was enough, that she deserved better. She found her X factor. She decided to walk away from that toxic, abusive relationship. And in the process, she found that someone special. So who else is ready for a transformation? Maybe you are living underneath of your potential. Maybe you're hiding. Maybe you lack the confidence to actually just to step out of your comfort zone and just be seen. Maybe you feel trapped in that bad situation, that bad relationship. Or maybe you've lost trust in yourself and your decision-making skills. I've definitely been there. I started making decisions using someone else's thoughts and desires and feelings. Or maybe you're the perfectionist that, and you're hard on yourself. Some of you are ready to move from where you are. And I want to challenge you today. I want to encourage you. I want to encourage you to step up and lead. And how do you do that? One, you acknowledge where you are. It's okay not to be okay. The second is to stop DIYing it. That's the do-it-yourself approach. Get some help. Invest in yourself. Get a coach. And the third is to keep moving. We deal in progress and not perfection. The other thing I want to gift you is a free video at www.drmarciafreegift.com. That's DRMARCEA, freegift.com. We've been talking about the X factor and leading, but in order to be able to lead others, we have to be able to lead ourselves. And that self-leadership starts with how we allow other people to treat us. It's a free video. It's entitled, Teach Others How to Treat You. The 3 false beliefs that keep you mistreated in relationships. drmarciafreegift.com. And I wanted just to thank you for spending this time with me. It was an absolute joy. I want you to enjoy the rest of this amazing conference. All of the speakers, amazing. And I want let's just stay connected. Please visit me at www.infobloomhealthandlifecoaching.com. That's infobloomhealthandlifecoaching.com. overcome. Have an amazing day on purpose.
Good evening. My name is Florence Lillian Marshall. I am from Bridgeport, Connecticut, originally, now residing in Brooklyn, New York. For today, I want to talk about what it means to be a beautiful, bold, iconic woman who have overcome great challenges, great warfare, and is now on the path for greatness. See, July 21st, 1985, you're looking at a young lady who overcame poverty. You are looking at a young lady whose mother gave birth to her, and while giving birth, her natural father left and started a brand new life in the state of Georgia. Throughout my life, as you see, I've gone through major poverty. I've gone through major trials and tribulations. I've gone through low self esteem, depression, wondering, will my change ever come? And here you are today. You are looking at a young lady who is very successful. The word that my life thinks about and on my path I think about is the word conquer, which means I've overcome, I've overcame, I triumph, I have prevailed, and most of all, I have won. What have I won over? I have won over being depressed. I have won over not feeling as if I am worthy because I know I am worthy. I am a jewel. I am a queen. I am the apple of his eye. I am a warrior. I am a survivor. And most of all, I am a champion. How can you say that I am a champion? Because I know what it means to overcome poverty. See, my mother and we had to go on welfare for many years. My mom at the time, she couldn't really fit the bill of taking care of me. But what I'm grateful for and I'm thankful for is for the village that I had that came in to assist my mother properly, teaching my mother how to be a woman, how to be a successful mother, how to raise me up in the admonition and the nurturing of the Lord. I thank God that many days, even though my mom may not have, she did the best that she could. She made sure that I was clean. She made sure that there was always food, clothes, shelter provided for me. And that I even went to school to become the best that I possibly can be. I thank God for my mother, Ruthie, because a part of me overcoming my mother taught me how to survive. My mother didn't become bitter. My mother, yes, she, had those moments of being angry. She had the moments of why me, why I would have to, raise a child on my own. Why is it that I didn't become married? Why did he leave me? But in all that, you are looking at the child who was gifted to my mother, who became the blessing, the inheritance from my mother. What I am thankful for is that on my path and on my journey of overcoming, I've learned to embrace forgiveness. Why? Because forgiveness is not only for that person, but forgiveness overall has been for me. Because a part of my healing, a part of my forgiveness, I forgave what happened in my past, not having much, always wondering where will my next meal or even some, things will come in life. But what I am thankful for is the tenacity, the determination. And women on today, my fellow sisters, my African American queens, and even the kings of life. Today, we are on the road and the path of determination. Determined what? Determined to win, determined to be great in life, determined to be bold, determined to be courageous. Most of all, me and be great. Meek and be great. Why I say meek? Because the meekness shall inherit the earth. See, a part of me And a part of my greatness is I have hope, I have humility, I have trust, I have faith, because I believe that there was a day that my natural father was going to come back into my life to make an impact. And I'm thankful that that day came in the year 2015. Yes, I cried. I cried in the arms of my father and I asked, Daddy, why did you leave me? Why wasn't you there for my most important things? You missed out on so many prominent things in life, from my graduations, seeing me, being inducted into the honor society, attending my basketball games, and doing the things that an honorable father and a daughter would do. But what I am thankful for, I am thankful for my village of men, my grandparent, my grandfather, all my uncles, all my cousins, older male cousins that were always there for me, that made sure that I was shielded, protected, and loved and adored. What I am thankful for, that even on this path, is forgiveness. Forgiveness has brought such a great love, a great joy for me. Why? Because I know that I can't hold on to the things that have happened to me. I can't let them weigh me down. I cannot let them burden me. But I know that I have to become, and I had to change, and I had to mend what has happened to me now to impact the lives of others. That's why I'm iconic. That's why I'm bold. That's why I'm different. That's why I'm on the road to greatness, because I know greatness not only lives inside of me, but it lives inside of you. And on today, I just want to encourage you, my queens and my kings, to live in your greatness, walk in your greatness, talk in your greatness, declare your greatness, whatever your dreams, your visions, your hopes, your goals in life. Go for it. Go after it. Be bold. Be courageous. Why? Because you are looking at a young lady who was told that she will only have an eighth grade graduation. You are looking at a young lady who is now soon to be called Dr. Florence Marshall. I've overcome the bands of wickedness. I've overcome the bands of those educators that told me that I was dumb, that I was not smart enough, that I would have 8 children out of wedlock. Yes, I was told this, that I would have 8 children out of wedlock, lay on my back and mount to nothing. Today, that's not true. I don't even have a child. Okay. I don't have children, but I have so many spiritual children, and I have children that have come out of my path and from my loins, from the streets, from the projects, from the inner city, who I've helped educate, who I've helped mold and transform to be great citizens. I have students that have gone on to Howard, Yale, Morgan State, some of the major universities and colleges in America. Young people who were told that they would not become anything in life. And here I am, a young lady who was told that, but I made the great change to become something great and powerful in life. See, I turned my lemons into lemonade. That's right. I made it sweet. I made it pure. I made it amazing, because I am amazing. And on today, I want you to know that you are amazing. Let's go. Let's go after our dreams. Let's go after our visions, because we are bold. We are courageous. We are iconic. We are out of the box. And that's where I am today. One of the key scriptures that have blessed my life has been Psalms 139 and 14. For I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Again, I am fearfully and wonderfully made. It goes back to being bold, to being courageous, to being iconic, to being that quality star, to being that quality gem, that jewel, that king that reigns on the inside of you. Now it's time for us to work our work. Wow, I am so proud of myself. I remember when I had low self esteem, I felt like I was so low. There were so many nights where I would just be home in my bedroom crying, asking my father, God, like, Lord, when will my change come? When will my opportunity come? There's been so many rejections in my life. There's been so many things that has been spoken negative over me. But God, I pray that you hear my prayers. And I am so excited on today that God has really heard my prayers. I mean, prayers that dates back about 30 years. Yes, I may be 35, but I remember being on my knees at the tender age of 5, asking God to restore my family, asking God for me to meet my father. Yes, I prayed those prayers for over 20 years. And guess what? The Lord has heard my prayers. See, here's the thing, there are some prayers and some things that we may go through life that may not get an instant quick or an instant answer, but just keep hoping, keep trusting, keep praying, keep believing that the greater and the greatness will someday come out, the positivity of life, because it all goes back to you being bold, being iconic, being outrageous, living outside of the box, living in your destiny, going after your truth, knowing who you are and whose you are. On Christ, the solid rock, I stand. Because yes, I am a woman of faith, but I am also a woman of determination, a woman who possesses great strength, a woman who pro- profess and also progress in great ability. I believe in myself and I want you to believe in yourself. I am hope and you are hope. I am joy. I am peace. I am grit. I am strength. I am favored. I am loved. I am God's jewel. I am prosperous. I am wealthy. I am amazing. I am beautiful. I am bold. I am a queen. I am a beautiful, courageous, bold African American queen. And I believe in myself. And on today, I want you to believe in yourself. Another scripture that has helped me along my journey has been Philippians 3 and 14. For I can do all things through Christ that strengthens me. And on today, I just want to encourage you that as you are on your path and as I'm continuing on my path, I want you to become great. I want you to be strengthened. I want you to live outside of your box, live outside of your comfort zone, and be great. Why be great? Because the world needs you. The world is calling for you. There are great things. Your voice, your expertise, whatever it is that you're called to do. For me, I am a motivational speaker. I am a preacher. I am an educator. There's a lot of things within me that I'm the jack of many trades. But what I am thankful for is that my rejection, I did not allow my rejection to stifle me, to keep me bound. But what I am thankful for, that I found the strength, I found the tenacity, I found the hope and the love within me to keep going forward. I became very motivated. Why? Because I had mentors that believe in me. I had my supporters that believed in me, that always encouraged me, had a kind word, that always sowed a seed into my life. So my encouragement and my boldness to you today is to live, 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 prosper, be joyful, be bold, be courageous, be iconic, and be all that you are destined to be. Think outside of the box. Think about your future. Think about the way that motivates yourself daily. For you are going greater, you're going higher, new dispensations, new realms each and every day. Every day when I wake up, I think about my life. I think about where I'm heading. And then I also think about where I came from and how I have progressed. And now what I'm even jumping into even for the greater. Why? Because I know the greater lives on the inside of me. You are looking at a young lady who was chronically in poverty. But here I am today, bold, beautiful, black. I am thankful that my accounts are thriving. I am thankful that God has given me the testimony of what it means to live in the promise. I am thankful because I remember those days when I was on food stamps, on welfare. Like, God, when my change how? Now, don't get me wrong. You know, those things were there to assist, to aid until I was able to get on my feet. And what I am thankful for is that I did not allow what was spoken over me, the negative words, the naysayers, those things, the dead weight, the negative words implanted and that was enrooted become my reality. I was determined to change. I stood tall in the face of adversity and I said to myself, Florence Lillian Marshall, you will be great. Florence Lillian Marshall, you will become a major name. Your household will be great. Your name will be great. There are women that you are supposed to empower, men whose lives you are supposed to change, families will come back together because of the words that are coming from your mouth to enhance and to perfect the life of an individual. In my heart has been children. Why? Because I know there's so many children who had to go through the ranks that I've gone through of poverty, living in a low income area. And sometimes you don't have the best quality of support. But what I am thankful for is for every person that has ever supported me. And I'm even thankful for those educators and for those teachers that I had that spoke their negative words over me. Why? Because it empowered me and it motivated me to be great. It motivated me to think on the great things of life. Like, girl, you are going to overcome. Girl, you are going to be great. Snap, 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 snap. Because you are chosen and you are destined for greatness. You are chosen to change the world. You are chosen to change your life. You are chosen to change your community, on the local, the national, the state, and most of all, international. And I thank God because there's so many children, I can honestly say, over the span of 15 years, I have impacted over 500 plus inner city youth. Majority of my students came through the prison pipeline. And what I am thankful for, that their lives has been turned around. What I am thankful for, that as I have mentored them, as I have educated, I spoke into their lives. I didn't speak the negative, but I said to them, I know that you can be great. I know that you can do your schoolwork. I know that you can find other things and find other positive ways to stay off the street, earn money the right way. No, you don't need that gun. I want you to think about your parents and think how you can change your life, make your mother proud again, make your father proud again. And that's a part of my prodigy, is to see our young people grow and to see our young people become greatness, to develop in their greatness, and then to become great senators, become great leaders, become great motivators. Anything that is positive, I stand for and I believe in. That's why I am bold. That's why I'm a beautiful African American queen who come from poverty, now propelled into my greatness. And that's why on today I am beautiful, I am bold, and I am iconic. God bless.
Hey, Queens. Hey, it is Michelle Gibson, the Unstoppable Success Coach. I want to take this opportunity to thank you and honor you for coming into this session because it had to be on purpose and intentional. I don't know if it was because of the title or whatever it was, but I hope that our time here together is going to be so transformational for you. I am the Unstoppable Success Coach, and I help to connect women with their purpose, with other people, and their profit. I believe that every single one of us as a woman, we are unstoppable. It is our divine nature. We were created to be. We are unstoppable. Cannot be prevented. I love that one the most. We are unpreventable. If we walk in our purpose, if we walk through our passion, God allows us to walk as the queens that we are, and He places this crown on our heads. And to the world.
But I also understand that as every woman, no matter where we are, no matter how high we go, we'll always get stuck. Some people don't like to talk about the stuck part, but I want you to understand is that the stuck part allows us to grow. I often say to my clients, if I work with someone who is afraid to fail, I don't want to work with them because I know that I can't have them on my team because I can't trust them. But ladies, let me tell you, we've been living life for a long time and we've had some stuck moments. Maybe it was a promotion that didn't go well. Maybe it was a physical situation, a relationship situation. Maybe we get stuck. The thing is not to focus on getting stuck, but focus on how I get out of it. And I will tell you this, that every unstoppable woman I know, we understand when we're stuck, but we know how to move quickly to the strategies that help us to get back to that place where our crown, which once slid down, and the jewels that may have become dim, now straighten back up and they actually shine again. In large part, it's because that I believe that our superpower as women is connection and our kryptonite is competition. And I'm not just saying this because I love this topic. I'm not saying this because I just want to say something that tickles your ear. I really want you to understand that I'm saying this because I've lived it and I continue to live it. You see, as we follow this path to the unstoppable and live our greatest purposeful life, the fullest life that we can, it really is going to depend on the vehicles in which we ride in. For me, I've driven in 3 different vehicles before that helped me to get to where I am right now. The first vehicle I drove in was the wrong vehicle, and it almost cost me my life through a domestic violence situation. But it was in that moment that I got out that I realized that there was more for me. And because I made it out, that I was and am unstoppable. The second vehicle that I drove in was a damaged vehicle. I was on my way to graduate school, and as I was driving down the highway to actually go and register, the vehicle began to go out of control because one of the tires burst. I'm on the interstate and it's going around and around in circles. And all of a sudden, it looks like it's going to hit over and go over the ravine. And I was going to be going down the mountainside in the hills of Kentucky. I just knew no one would ever be able to find me. But by the grace of God, he stopped that vehicle and he spun me one last time in the opposite direction of traffic. The miraculous part about this is that there were rearview mirror. But when he turned me around, those vehicles seemed like they were in slow motion and they never even approached me. In fact, some of them went around me. Some of them actually stopped to see if I was okay. And it was also in that moment that I realized that I was designed for more and that I was and am unstoppable. The third vehicle that I drove in, I think, is the one that really helped to shape my life to where I am right now. I graduated from graduate school, went to work for one of the #1 insurance companies in America. And I was a property and a bodily injury specialist. One day I sit down at my desk and I open up my, because there was no repair. And yet the people in the vehicle, they also were a total loss. When I looked down, I saw a mom and dad who were the same age as my mom and dad. I saw children. They had the same number of children that my mom and dad had. And then I flipped the page again and I saw all these beautiful grandchildren. And I thought about my mom and my dad's grandchildren. And I knew at that moment that the only thing that I could do for that family was to open up their account and give them all the money. We used to call it just open up the silos. We knew it was going to be a claims limit kind of case. And I knew I was going to be able to do that. But the challenge was I could give them all the money in the world, but I could never bring their parents back. And it was in that moment that I knew again, I was designed for more. And I had to get out. And that was probably my most stuck moment. And so I began to pursue that. I went into higher education, and that was so glorious. But then 11 years ago, God called me out to start this business because there were more women like me who were sitting around waiting to figure out how they could get unstuck and really get to their purpose, their passion, and pursue the greatest life that they had. I began to become unsatisfied sitting in that cush office in the College of Business, looking out the window into the courtyard. And though I loved working with students, I knew I had to go. And I want to tell you that when I made the decision to go, the whole world changed for me. Sometimes I need you to think about there are vehicles that you're riding in right now that don't belong to you, vehicles that are broken down and you're still inside of them. And then yet there are vehicles that are going to take you to exactly where God wants you to be, to live this unstoppable life. Now, I need you to hear me clearly that when I was in that stuck moment, I began to think of things that could help me get out. And this is where I help women to do it too. I want to share with you right now 3 strategies. There's so many more. I wrote a book called Get Unstuck and Become Unstoppable. There are so many strategies there. And I wanted to share 3 of them with you. The first strategy that I want you to know that you can use right away is that we have to be consumed with not being blindsided by the 3 C's of blurred vision. That's right, the 3 C's of blurred vision. It simply says this: I will never compete, compare, or complain against another queen that is around me. Because again, remember, we're better when we connect. See, when I compare myself to other people, what it says to me is that I don't respect or love or value what God made me. He made us uniquely us. And what we're going to do in the world is going to change the world and set the world on fire in our own little corners of the world. And we need the other sister around us to make sure that we can help her get where she's going to be. We can cheer her on because we don't compare. When I begin to complain against another sister, it means that I'm jealous of what she has and I can't see the value that I have in me. And when I began to compete, it means that I've lost total focus that the only person in this world I'm supposed to compete against is myself, to be a better version of me so that God can take me again where I'm supposed to be. That's the first strategy. The second strategy that I want you to think about is this: build a better boat when your dream boat sets sail without you. Here's what I mean. My company is called Gibson Consulting and Entertainment Group. Thus, you know the consulting piece by now, but entertainment. I also run a production company where I work with a lot of award shows, and I have a team of about 20 people and 1,500 volunteers. That didn't just come overnight. I never wanted that. When I grew up as a singer. I'm a pastor's kid. I grew up as a singer in my city. And when I moved from Cincinnati to Nashville, let me tell you, everybody back home was like, oh, yeah, she's going to do it. She's going to pursue the dream. She's going to get the contract, and it's going to be grand. I get here with that same thought. But let me tell you, God began to show me that there were other pieces of that dream. And as I began to develop this company that I did not know that I needed, wanted, or had interest in, He began to show me another love. And as time would progress, I decided I didn't want to be out there singing on that platform. I want to position myself to push other artists out there. But here's the thing: I had to build a better boat. I had to not be consumed when I saw other people on the stage say, oh man, it's not me. I couldn't think about what did people back home think about me. I had to think about what did God say for me. And I built this better boat. And I'll say to you the same thing I tell all of my volunteers. Listen, when you see people operating in what you thought you were supposed to operate in, remember this: that's their platform and you have yours. And remember this: they are ordinary people doing extraordinary things just like you. That hits me so hard because we never can get starstruck. We're just there to help them do what they do. And when you go to work, there's someone there to help you do what you do. And you're the ordinary person doing extraordinary things on that day. So be willing to build a better boat. And the third thing that I will tell you is this: we have to make sure that in our pursuit of everything, ladies, take time to check your routines. See, routines can help us to get where we need to be, or they can stagnate us. Routines are not all bad. Routines help us to get consistency, order, and progress. But they can also cause us to feel stuck, to feel anxiety, and to feel a lack of excitement. That's if your routine has gone rogue. If you find that your routine has gone rogue because you lack excitement, you feel anxiety, and you feel stuck, I want to give you this little tool. I want you to think of your routines as a pie. A pie comes in 8 slices, and I have this activity, and it's available for download, that you could actually take a piece of pie, you draw it out, and then in each of those slices, you put one of your routine. There's a wellness routine, you have a wake up routine, you have an eating routine, you have a work routine, a faith-based, a financial routine, and hopefully a self-care routine. You take these routines and you put them in the pie. You begin to put a check next to the ones that really aren't working for you. But the ones that are not, I want you to put a X next to those. And then I want you to build another pie, draw it out, and just put in the slices for the number of slices that represent those areas that need to change. And so for everyone that you had an X in, write it in a new pie. Begin to write down, why does this not excite me? What can I do to change it? And then put a timeline as to when I'm going to change it. Ladies, when we change our routines, sometimes it's as simple as changing the route in which you go to work. But whatever it is to bring you greater excitement, change the routine. But I caution you, do not change them all at one time because it could be overwhelming. Allow this process to be something that flows within your life. So ladies, I want to thank you so much for just spending this time with me. You have 3 routines. You have 3 challenges. 1, build a better boat when your dream boat sets sail. 2, don't get blindsided by the 3 C's of blurred vision: complaining, comparing, and competing. And 3, change your routine. Create the pie that represents you, that causes the greatest sweetness in your life, so that you can be the most powerful, the most successful, the most purposeful, unstoppable queen, where your crown sits nicely on your head and it cannot be moved. My name again is Michelle Gibson, and I want to thank you for taking this time with me. I'd love to connect with you even further, and I want to invite you to come out to my website at www.unstoppableconnection.com. As you go out there, there are several different freebies out there for you and resources that you can use on the front page, and then you'll be able to see more of what I do, and we'll be able to connect from there. You know, you could have been doing anything else that you wanted with your time, but you decided to hang out with me in this session, and I'm grateful and I'm thankful. So until next time, I'll see you at the top.
Good day. My name is Obiama Martin. I go by the conscientious cash flow activist because I care about how you bring money into your home. I am also a coach, an educator, a mentor, a counselor, all of these different hats that I wear. But today I get to speak to you as a servant leader. And I get the honor to share my story with you and to help you get from stuck to the place I like to call equipped. And so, there was a time before I became who I am today, this amazing individual that you see before you. There was a time when early in my entrepreneurial endeavors, because this isn't my first time at the rodeo. I've actually been an entrepreneur full-time since 2002. So we're talking almost 20 years now. And I have a whole lot of experience with failing forward. But there was a time specifically in 2009 when I had the opportunity to work with this phenomenal company. At the time, I had no idea that this company was the largest nonprofit company in the area. And I was just really excited that I had the opportunity to fulfill my dreams and do the things that I absolutely enjoy doing, which is pouring into people, loving on people, and helping them get from a place I like to call stuck to equipped. And so I landed this contract working with this organization that allowed me to transform the lives of individuals that was transitioning from the welfare to work industry, or I should say the welfare to work population, to a opportunity to be more sustainable so they would not have to continue to depend on public assistance. And so I had the honor of working with these individuals. I was absolutely passionate about working with them. I enjoyed getting up, doing what I did each and every day. And so in that work and that opportunity that I had, I got to give them, train them, mentor, coach them on how to work with children. And then what I did was I partnered with my friends in the industry who also owned early childhood programs so that these individuals would have a real opportunity, not just learning practical information from an academic perspective, but they will also have theory that went with their practice. And so I partnered with my friends in the industry to allow these individuals to have an internship. And so for 2 years, I did this work. I was absolutely passionate about this work. I breathed this work, embodied who I was at that time. I was changing the lives of individuals all across my community. They were transitioning from welfare to work. They were gaining employment. They were increasing their skill set and their education, and they were going on from my program to enter into college. And so in this work, I had the opportunity to work with thousands of individuals every year. And can I tell you how I was so filled up with this work? We had received accolades from the president, from the CEO, from the vice president. We received awards. We were named 2 years in a row. 2 years in a row, we were named the #1 training and development company in Pennsylvania. We were recognized by the mayor. We were recognized by city council. Again, we were recognized by all these individuals. We received accolades after accolades and awards after awards. And so I don't know about you, but I became so consumed with the work that I was doing in my business that I neglected to pay attention to the politics. Has that ever been you? Have you ever been so busy working in your business that you neglected to pay attention to the things that was going on around your business? I was so busy working in my business and taking care of everybody else that I was neglecting the politics. I was neglecting the industry. I was neglecting all of the things that I could not physically see that was literally changing around me. I was so inundated with making sure that my students were good that I neglected to make sure that I was good. I neglected to make sure that my children was good. I neglected to make sure that my partners was good. Has that ever been you? You can just write in chat, put your hands up, let me know that I'm not alone in this. And so I don't know about you, but in this space, I was soaring. I was on high. You couldn't tell me anything. You couldn't tell me nothing because I had mastered the art of transforming my students' lives from going from a place of stuck where they were depending on public assistance to a place of equipped where they were gainfully employed and they had credentials that allowed them to actually earn a worthy wage. And I don't know about you, but that was a big deal for me because I understood that when I changed the life of a mother, I was changing a generation. When I changed the life of a father, I was impacting a generation. When I changed the lives of a couple, I was impacting generations to come. And so that was a big deal to me. But what I neglected was that I was so busy doing the work that I neglected me. I neglected the things that was going on around me. And at that time, I didn't have a mentor. I didn't have people in my circle who could kind of pull my coattail and say, listen, there's some changes going on in the industry. There's some talk going on down at City Hall, or there's some talk going on at the state and federal level that's going to impact what you do. See, I didn't have anybody on the inside of that company that I had a relationship with that was able to pull my coattail and say, listen, the president is getting ready to leave, and shortly after, the vice president is getting ready to leave. And you may need to make some changes in what you do because the leadership is changing, the company is changing, the contract is about to change. See, nobody told me. And can I tell you how I was making over 6 figures with this contract? This contract allowed me to stop doing some other things. This contract set me on a blaze and allowed me to live life fully, and allowed me to put my children in a private school, and allowed me to do some philanthropic work in my community. And so again, I was so busy in my business, taking care of everybody else, making sure everybody else that was good, but I neglected to take care of me. And I don't know if that's you. I don't know if that's ever been you, but what I know is that we have a tendency to get comfortable and complacent and satisfied. And what I've learned is that complacency is the enemy to progress. That's what I've learned. Complacency is the enemy to progress. And so that situation taught me never to get complacent again, because what happened next was that after a while, 2.5 years in, riding on high, the leadership changed. After a while, the president put in his resignation. And then shortly after that, I want to say within 6 months, the vice president put in his resignation. And what I didn't know, that by the end of that year, I was going to be in a situation where I was no longer going to be able to feed my family, because what I didn't know was that the 2 individuals that came in that replaced the president and the vice president, they knew nothing about me. They knew nothing about my company. They knew nothing about all of the lives I had impacted, all of the awards that I had received. They knew nothing about the impact that I had made for the last 2.5 years. They did not know that I existed, nor did they care. Oh, that was a wake-up call for me. And so can I tell you how I was devastated when on November 25th, 2000, and I want to say 2011, 2012, November 25th. It was a Wednesday. I'll never forget it. It was a Wednesday. And I received an email, and I received a phone call that went like this: Miss Martin, we regret to tell you that effective today, we've made a decision to go in another direction. Ms. Martin, effective today, we are going to now do the training in-house. Effective today, Ms. Martin, we will no longer be needing your services. And so I'm looking at the phone in disbelief. I'm looking at this phone in complete despair. I'm looking at this phone saying to myself, this cannot be happening to me. I've put everything into this contract. I've put all of me into every student. This cannot be my reality. This cannot be happening to me. And I'll never forget how when I looked into this phone, I took a minute and I paused and I said, okay. There was nothing else for me to say, but can I tell you, in my gut, in my stomach, I felt like I was punched. I felt like somebody literally took the air out of my body. Can I tell you how I was distraught? I felt like I was betrayed. I felt like my world had come to an end. My stomach, it was just filled with emptiness. I was in so much pain. I just didn't know what to do next. I just didn't know what to do next. I had nothing left to give. I had nothing left to give. And so I got myself together after I paused and I said, God, I don't know what this is all about, but I trust you. I don't know what this is all about. And so I quickly saw the email after that phone call, and I just was like, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to notify the funding organization. So the company that I was contracted with, I was the subcontractor, and that company was the main contractor, and they were receiving a grant for the services that I was providing. And so luckily, I wasn't a dumb chick. Luckily, I wasn't a dumb chick. So what I did was I reached out to the funding organization. I sent the email and I got on the phone and I said, listen, this is Miss Martin. I am the subcontractor with this company. And I just wanted to let you know that they just called me and informed me that effective today that they will no longer be needing my services. And they said, really? Okay, well, thank you for notifying us and we'll get back to you. I didn't know what was going to happen next. I also followed up with the email because I wanted everything to be documented. I didn't know what was going to happen next, but I trusted God. I absolutely was like, God, I know that you got me. And so quickly after that, I want to say within hours, I get another phone call from the funding organization that went like this: Ms. Martin, we are happy to notify you that we have notified that company that they wrote you in the contract. And because they wrote you in the contract, they have a legal obligation to fulfill the contract because you are the leading training organization. And we have notified them that if they do not continue on with your services, that we will not continue on providing funding. Woo! I was like, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus, right? But let me tell you what happened next. So, of course, the organization that had just terminated me had to eat humble pie and email me as well as call me and say, I'm sorry for the inconvenience, Ms. Martin. We will continue on with your services and we apologize for the inconvenience. And I was like, yes, and amen. Hallelujah, right? However, that experience changed the trajectory of my life because let me tell you what happened. I had put my eggs in all one basket. And I can remember my mom telling me early in my life never to put all of my eggs in one basket. And I didn't really quite understand what that meant as a teenager, nor did I understand what that meant in my 20s. But being in this situation where I had abandoned everything else because I was making 6+ figures, I was doing the thing. So I thought I got comfortable and complacent. And so my question to you, has there ever been a time in your life where you got comfortable and complacent and you put all your eggs in one basket, which meant that you was relying on one stream of income to take care of your family, to provide for you, to be everything to you? Because that's what this contract was to me. It was everything. And it wasn't until it was no longer everything that I had to pivot. I had to pivot. And so after I paused, I had to pause, y'all. I had to pause. I had to pause so that I could process what was happening. I had to process the fact that politically they were strong. Politically, they was connected. I had to pause and I had to process that they didn't owe me anything. And even though they were required to continue on my services, even with that, the contract still was going to end in June. And so I had to make a decision at that point if I was going to continue on to give them the opportunity to fire me again, or if I was going to bootstrap my way to my next. And so it was a defining moment for me. It was a defining moment for me. That moment changed the trajectory of my life. And so I'll never forget this. I took $50,000 cash. I didn't have credit at that time. I didn't have bad credit. I just didn't have any credit. I believed in cash and carry. And so at that time, I took $50,000 cash of my own hard money, and I decided to look for my own building. And so by the time that contract had ended, June of the following year, I had already invested into my own state of the art training facility. I had already invested in my next, because what I understood was that I never was going to allow any contract to be my everything. What I understood was that I needed to add tentacles to what I did. I needed to add more services to what I did, and I needed to add more contracts, which would allow me to have multiple streams of income. And so I'm so grateful for my pause. I'm so grateful for my pause. I'm so grateful for that opportunity, because it was a learning experience for me. If that didn't happen to me, I wouldn't be where I am today. I wouldn't be the woman that you see before you today. I wouldn't have this amazing company. And so I say to you today, don't get so comfortable, don't get so complacent in your business that you allow it to be your everything, causing you to be comfortable and complacent. I say to you today, don't get so comfortable and satisfied with your current income that you don't continue on striving for more. Don't get so comfortable and complacent in doing what you do that you refuse to continue to invest in yourself so that you can become better. Because this is what I know to be true. If you are not working on you, on your business, on your personal development, on your business development, on your spiritual development, you're getting worse. And what that simply means is that something is going to be neglected. And when something is going to be neglected, that means that your income is going to be affected. And if it was not for that experience, I would not have learned the lessons. Oh, that was the cost of tuition for me. And because of that, I decided to make a decision. I'm going to ensure, as long as there is breath in my body, that everybody that I come in contact with, that I find stuck in any capacity of their life or in their business, I'm going to help them get equipped. I'm going to develop them and pour into them so that they have the right tools on their tool belt to help them to navigate whatever life brings their way. Because there was a time when I wasn't equipped. There was a time when I was stuck. There was a time in 2009, 2010, what I shared with you, working with that company, I was absolutely soaring. I was so busy being busy, taking care of everybody else, and I neglected to take care of me. And because of that neglect, it caused me to be in a place where I felt like literally my world was crumbling and the foundation underneath my feet was fading away. But it was from that opportunity, it was from that lesson that I've been able to rebound. I've been able to allow that situation to springboard me forward into this amazing individual that you see before you today. My name is Obiama Martin, and I have been able to pivot and go from stuck to equipped. And I would love the opportunity to help you go from stuck to equipped in your business and in your personal life. You can follow me on all things social media at Obiama Martin on Facebook. I am Obiama Martin on Instagram. See you in my workshop.
It's the Black CEO Iconic 2021 Conference. I am so excited. I'm so excited. I am ready. I am so excited. This is the day of the unstoppable black woman. This is the unstoppable black woman day, and I'm excited about that. I'm excited, but I am Donna Izard, and I am your host of the Unstoppable Black Woman. That's me, and we have some amazing, amazing unstoppable black women, such as Lashana Williams, Marcella D. Moore, Dr. Jennifer Harris, Chandra Gore, and Lakeisha Hendricks Horton. I'm telling you, these amazing, unstoppable black women will be sharing with you what it means to be an unstoppable black woman for a time such as this. So get ready, get ready to take some notes. Get ready to be inspired. Get ready to be ignited, and get ready to be invited to the unstoppable black woman journey. That's me. Get ready. Are you ready? Because the DI is ready. The DI is ready. The DI is ready to receive it all, to receive it all. The 2021 iconic, unstoppable Black Woman Day. I've been waiting for this day. I've been waiting. Can't you tell how excited I am? I have been waiting for this day.
Greetings, everyone. I hope you're having an awesome day today. I am B. Wright Jones, and I am the CEO of Keep Looking Up with B. Wright Jones, LLC. And I am a published author, inspirational speaker, blogger, online life coach, and publisher dedicated to serving women 35 and older who are stuck and desire to get unstuck and sexy. Sexy is the acronym for self confidence, excitement, extra, and yes, I can. So today I'm coming to you with a subject that just rung strong in my spirit. And I'm just really hoping that it encourages you and inspires you today. And the topic of my teaching today is developing the iconic leader within. Developing the iconic leader within. Just like we take care of our physical bodies, and ladies, we want to make sure that the hair is right, the nails is right, the makeup is right. And fellas, you want to make sure that the barber, have you looking good and the suit is laying just right. Just like our outward appearance, it's so important for us to also take care of that inner man. It's so important that we make sure that we are not just talking, but also walking and doing what we're saying that we're going to do. I've always been a Christian, but if I can have this really transparent moment, my Christian walk was not always where it should have been. And because of that, it caused my Christian walk to be questioned. Just like we have to have an intimate and personal relationship with God so that He can do that work on the inside of us, it's our responsibility to make sure that we are coming to God, that we are allowing Him to do that inner work on the inside of us. Sometimes we get so caught up on that outward appearance. With me, with my Christian walk, I was trying to make sure that I was doing everything on the outside right, paying my tithes and going to church and serving on ministry. But then I was failing to have that intimate relationship with God so that He could work on me. So when those moments of temptation came, I would just like, Jesus did in the Bible. He told Satan, get behind me. But when we neglect that inner man, when we neglect taking that time with God, it causes us to be vulnerable to the tricks and the schemes of the enemy, and then we can fall. And then we can cause our walk to be questioned. So, to avoid that, it's so important that we're always open and transparent with God. Just like in Christianity, we as leaders have a responsibility, not only in our business, but in our home first, in our business and in our communities, just to make sure that we're taking care of that inner man, making sure that we're living up to our part so that we're not just making, just doing something on the outside to look good, but making sure that our message is authentic, making sure that we are authentic, making sure that we're honest, that we're a person of integrity and a person of character. So today I'm going to get into my subject here on developing the iconic leader within. And iconic is an acronym for integrity, character, open to God's leading, never let fear get in the way, inspire others, and committed to your calling. So let's get right into it. The first part is going to be on integrity and character. So I listed here what are 5 attributes of integrity: honesty, always telling the truth, not taking advantage of others or being underhanded in any way. People want to know that they can count on you, okay? And then there comes respect. You treat others the way you would like to be treated. Then trusted. You want your actions to line up with your words. People don't have to question what you say that you're going to do. They know that you're a person of your word. And then you're going to take responsibility for your own actions. And you're going to put others' needs above your own. You're not going to be self seeking, but looking to honestly help others. Then I have here the leader that walks with integrity and character will always do what they say that they're going to do. They will always do the right thing, even when no one is looking. They are not led by their emotions, but they are known for making good decisions. They are fair in their judgments. They avoid drama at all cost, and they walk in humility. The next section is open to God's leading. A leader that's open to God's leading will always acknowledge God first. Proverbs 3, 5, and 6. We know the scripture oh so well, to trust in the Lord with all your heart, to lean not on your own understanding, but in all your ways acknowledge him, and he'll direct your paths. Then next, you will keep God first in everything. Matthew 6:33. Seek first his kingdom and his righteousness. Then you will walk by faith and not by sight. A leader that's open to God's leading is not self-seeking. They're not seeking their own way. Philippians chapter 2, verse 3. And then a leader that's open to God's leading will also seek to make things happen for others. Philippians 2 and 4. And lastly, they will look for ways to give back. They'll look for ways to give back to their community. They'll always remember where they came from. They're always looking to help and to lift others. A good leader will examine themselves and always take responsibility for their actions. They will have other people in their life, such as a pastor, a coach, a friend, or a family member, to always hold them accountable. The next section is to never let fear get in the way. A good leader will not allow fear to lead them in their decisions. They will trust God and the process. They will stretch themselves and not allow fear to hold them back. They will not be afraid of opposition. So, like when those fiery darts start coming, they're going to still be there. They're going to stand in the face of opposition. They're not going to run and hide. And they will never be afraid to do the right thing, even when the world is going in a different direction. The next section is inspire others. Inspire others. A good leader will always inspire others to grow, to expect more, and to want more from life. A good leader will always inspire others by sharing their story of inspiration. They will also lead by example. And a good leader will always inspire others by showing empathy. They will have the ability to understand and share the feelings of another. And then they will be committed to their calling. A good leader is committed to their calling and will stay the course even when it looks like it's over. 2 Corinthians chapter 4 verses 16 and 18. And a good leader is committed to their calling and will not question God's assignment for them. It's funny, I always come back to the book of Exodus and I always come back to Moses because I just think this story is just so amazing. It's so fascinating because God reassured Moses so many times in the book of Exodus, chapter 3 and 4, assured Moses that he was with him, assured Moses, to go, to let my people get free. I'm with you. But Moses continuously, several times, questioned God's calling on him. And at the end, it was just, it took me out because in the end, Moses had a nerve to ask God to send someone else. He questioned his ability. He questioned God's word. The story just amazes me. And then, a good leader is committed to their calling by building other good leaders. They will not be intimidated by the success of others. They are looking to build others up. They're looking to lead others to walk in a right path. They're not intimidated when others are doing well and are succeeding. A good leader is committed to their calling and is content in their leadership role. They are not trying to outshine others or trying to keep up with the Joneses. They're staying focused and committed to their assignment. And then a good leader is committed to their calling and will keep a good reputation. Proverbs 22 and 1. So, my question for you, and this is a call to action, my question to you is, will you be committed to developing that iconic leader within? Not just the outward appearance, of being well respected and doing well in life and looking the part, but will you develop that inner man with having integrity and good character? Will you commit to examining yourself on a daily basis? Will you hold yourself accountable? Will you stay open to God's leading? Will you have that faith over fear at all cost? Will you inspire others daily? And lastly, will you stay committed to your calling, no matter what it looks like, no matter what it feels like, no matter what's going on around you? Will you stay committed to being that iconic leader? In closing, I just wanted to share these last words. Leaders become great not because of their power, but because of their ability to empower others. That's John Maxwell. And then lastly, great leaders don't tell you what to do, they show you how it's done. So I hope that my message has encouraged you today. I hope that it's inspired you to be the best you that you can be, to always be open and honest with God, allow God to do that inner work so that we can be the best. We want God to get some glory out of our lives. Amen. So we want people to see us at our best. Now, if I can just have this transparent moment, I don't want to make this look like it's so easy. I don't want to make it look like, I'm so perfect, because I'm not. Trust me, there are many days that I'm behind my closed doors in tears, crying, crying out to God, asking God to help me to stay strong when people have let me down, when people have done me wrong. But because I wanted to stay true to my calling, I didn't allow myself to be pulled out of character, to be pulled out of that person that I've asked God to create in me. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little emotional. So many times I'm behind my doors crying because I didn't allow my flesh to take over, to curse somebody out. It's not easy always, but because of who I am and who I want to be in God, I take my walk seriously. And it wasn't always like that, but I thank God for the growth and I thank God for what He's doing in my life. So again, I hope that my message has encouraged you. And if you would like to connect with me, you can do so on a number of platforms. I'm on Facebook under B as in Belinda, Wright Jones, Wright Jones. And I'm on Twitter under Keep Looking Up with 2 P's. And I'm on Instagram under Keep Looking Up and the number 7. My website is www.bewrightjones.com. So be blessed, beloved. And in ending, I always have to say, stay encouraged and remember to always keep looking up. Be blessed.
Hi, I'm Paula Shea Queen Favre, CEO and founder of Naturally For Me Shea Butter LLC. Native of a small town called Bay St. Louis, Mississippi, but I currently reside in Seattle, Washington. I'm a mother, grandmother. I'm number 13 of 14 kids. How amazing is that? I'm an Army veteran and I'm a survivor of domestic violence, childhood and adult sexual trauma, and PTSD. I'm currently writing a book called Can't Keep Running Away, and I'm a co-author of an anthology, My Walk Past Hell by Dr. Yolanda Jerry. Today, I'm going to tell you about 3 key points of how to gain from your pain. Number 1 is how to overcome adversity. How to overcome adversity. I say embrace it. Don't run from it or it will resurface. Face it head on and learn from it. With every lesson comes a blessing. I'm going to tell you about a short story about me, about how I overcame. All right, imagine you're on your 3rd marriage. You have 2 small kids. You're together for 15 years, married for 18. You're holding on for dear life, and you realize you or him are not happy. You eventually leave and face poverty. You're suddenly faced with one income. You have to manage. In a small town, you feel ashamed, hurt, embarrassed. You don't even want to get out of bed. You don't want to show up for work, but you have to live. You start brainstorming on how to make extra income. Okay, then my son was suffering from eczema. I used to go and get that big hard tub of shea butter from the hair store. Every time you had to heat it up, it had a very earthy smell. So my son was going through puberty. He was like, "Mom, this smells horrible. I don't even want to do this anymore." But the medication that the dermatologist was giving him was burning his skin. It was actually not really fit for African Americans for their skin because it gave it appearance of being burnt. So I brainstormed, I researched, and I started whipping the shea butter. Then eventually I had a garden, and I came up with a way to infuse those herbs that I was growing and made essential oils. So I took that and whipped that with the shea butter, and I started using medicinal and therapeutic essential oils, and I came up with a product to actually help eczema. I worked at an assisted living facility, and I started bringing it to work using it on the elderly patients. Also, of course, the nurses started using it. They say, "You know what, Miss Paula, I would actually buy this product from you if you started selling it." And I'm like, "Really?" So it took off. It was in demand. It started flying. That's all that consumed me was working on this product. And of course, I still had to work. So I started working nonstop. I lost myself and embraced the fact that I had found my passion. Okay, so this made me have to show up to meetings. I had to go to trade shows. I had to learn how to talk to people again. I had to come out of my shell, and this in turn built my confidence because I had to show up and show out. I had to get all dressed up when I didn't want to get dressed up. Remember, I suffered from PTSD. I didn't even want to get out of bed, but this in turn built my confidence. Eventually, I came up, I got gained my LLC, and eventually I even had a store. And this brings me to number two: how to tap into your passion. You see, doing this work and showing up and having to show out, I tapped into my passion. It was no longer a job to me. It was my purpose in life. So that's what made me overcome. I say, if you find your passion, you'll never work again a day in your life. And I felt accepted. It built my self-confidence. And then that way I go to number three: how to start over at any age. You see, I was making my product. I eventually opened the store, but it wasn't doing as great as I thought it would be. People stopped showing up. What do they need to show up for if I had an online store? All right. The people just stopped showing up. Okay, my brother came to visit me from Seattle. He said, "You know, Paula, you have a great product here, but you know how slow it is in Mississippi. It's very stagnant." And it was. I had gotten to a point where I stayed in my car a couple of nights, and my shop owner said, "You know what?" I talked to him. He said, "Don't give up your shop. Don't give up your dream." So I started sleeping in my shop because I faced eviction. Yes, I had suffered another blow, but I said, I'm going to keep going. And then this is my purpose in life. This is my passion. So I say you can start over at any age. Okay, I agree with my brother. He said, "You know what, Paula, you work hard, you save up enough money, and you can come and stay with me." So yes, I drove over 3,000 miles. I did it scared and praying all the way. It was a blessing in disguise. I didn't know what I was going to face, but yes, I moved in December. I started working in February, and I eventually got my own place. Lo and behold, COVID hit. I was faced with being secluded and by myself because, of course, my brother had a family and I worked at a medical facility. I was a manager there. And of course, I didn't want to possibly bring COVID to him. So I had to go to and from work and stay here a whole year and just work on my product. I went to work, came home, worked on my product. And when I first got here, my brother was like, marijuana is legal here. You should come up with a CBD line. And I said that actually literally driving here. I said, you know what? In a year, I'm going to come up with a CBD line. Eventually, I had a whole line of products. I had my online store was doing great. I started writing wholesale agreements. I am all the way from the West Coast to the East Coast and, of course, the southern borders. I had overcame. Yes, I said I have overcame. What I did was I say you could start over at any age. I am now 52, but I started over. Like I said, I drove over 3,000 miles with only my clothes in my car and my lab. Of course, my beloved lab. I had to carry that lab with me. Okay, so I came up with the CBD line, online stores, and I was living my dream and my passion. Okay, from there, like I said, I have wholesale agreements. I'm writing books. I'm no longer an introvert. I know how to speak to people. I overcame some of my PTSD through counseling. And my product has, like I said, it built my confidence. Remember, you can overcome. As long as you have breath, you can start over. Don't be afraid. But I say, if you are afraid, do it afraid. Show up and show out. Remember, you always have a chance to start over. Okay, now I'd like to offer you a small gift. I'd like to, if you will go to, if you would dial 1-800-396-6113, that's 1-800-396-6113. Text your first name, your last name, your email address, and hashtag transition21. That's hashtag transition21, and I'll send you a small gift. Or you can also go to www.therealshaqueen.com. That's www.therealsha queen.com. That's www.therealshaqueen.com, and use pound transition 21 for 21% off. Thank you. It's been real. Remember, as long as you live your passion, you could find your purpose, live your dream, and start over at any age in life. Be blessed.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Joyce Perry. I'm the Income Maximizer. Today, I want to show you how to maximize your gifts, your time, and your talent. I want to show you how to strategize those things. So our objectives today is to show you how to define those life skills, to show you what really happens when you focus, and also to explore BBA. BBA is bounce back ability. If you know you've had some circumstances in your life and you've actually bounced back, type yes. Yes, I bounced back. So if you've done it once, you can do it again, even in the middle of a pandemic. So let me tell you a quick story about myself. So I was enjoying life. I was going along like the Smurfette, like la, 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 just going on about my business. ended up going through a divorce after being married to someone for 20 years. Long story short, when life happened, I began to make excuses. I was like, well, I'm doing this, I got the kids, I'm this, I'm that. And my uncle said something very important to me. He said, baby girl, when you stop making all the excuses, the choice is still yours. So today, I want to tell you the choice is yours, even in the middle of a pandemic. Yes, life is going to happen. Yes, it will take you out of your comfort zone. Some of us have never been in a pandemic. So today, I want to help you to explore some of those things. So you have to realize you have a voice and a choice. You have a voice and a choice. And when I say you have a voice and a choice, what does that look like? That voice is saying, your voice is the powerful voice that you're going to hear most of the time. So whether that's negative or positive. So use your words carefully because your words craft your world. So remember that if you got that your words craft your world, don't walk out and say, wow, it's so dark. Say, let there be light. So if things are not going how you want them to go, call it like you want it to go and don't speak about the negative part of it. So be joyful with your voice and your choice and recognize that you have that power within you. Know that those life skills are the things that come to you with the ease and a breeze. Like I would tell people when I was in school, I got spanked for talking all the time. You know, somebody talk to you, you talk back. The teacher always catch the second person. But guess what? I get paid for speaking, still talking, but speaking. So don't minimize your gifts. Don't minimize your talents because those are the things that are game changers in your life to help you to be a no limit person. So recognize that if you sing, if you speak, if you do lawn care, you may say, well, I just mow lawns. No, make it eloquent. I do lawn care. Change it to make it fit for you. Believe in yourself and know that you have that bounce back ability. Life is going to happen, but you have that bounce back ability to make a powerful impact. If you can make up an impact in this season with some of your gifts and talents, type one in the chat. I see you. I see you. Great, great. A lot of you can make that impact. So be purposeful in your impact. Develop a plan, and most of all, work the plan. I'm going to give you even a challenge. It's the DARE challenge. The DARE challenge. The DARE, the D stand for decide. Decide something today. Decide that you will be that game changer. Decide that you're that one in your family that will make the difference. Decide that you will be iconic today. That D is for decide something. Decide what you want. Sometimes we are tainted by what everybody else wants, but what about what you want, what you desire? Dust off those dreams, those goals, and decide that you will make that difference for you. Have any of you ever been let down? Before I go any further, have any of you in the chat type 2 if you've been let down by someone? Type 2. Okay, I see you. I see you. Okay, when you think about that, I want to change how you look at it. Somebody might have let you down today, but what if you've been letting you down? What if you've given up on your dreams? What if you've given up on your goals? What if you are the person that's holding you back? It's a game changer. So one, decide something. The A is assess your assets. Decide what you're good at. I'm good at speaking. I'm good at teaching. I'm good at teaching children. I'm good at showing people how to take the negative and make it a positive. For me in my life, nothing bad happens to me anymore. Why? Because I look at it that it's all working for my greater good. Had I not gotten that divorce, I wouldn't be where I am today. I wouldn't be making the positive difference that I am doing today just because of the surroundings of that relationship and how it was designed, how we designed it. But what I'm telling you to do, assess those assets and make it count for you. The R It's rejection. Reject the enemy inside of me. Nobody can hold you back. You, you, you. You are the game changer. You're the silent agent in your life. You are the CEO of YOU. I want from this day forward, after hearing this, I want you to get up. Make a powerful difference. Make an impact in your life. You might be that next millionaire in your family.